Chapter 213, Communication Cut Off. The robotic humanoid soldiers slowly encroached deeper into the Kazushihara ruin. They were the main actors in the expedition into the ruin. They had a powerful large black gun accompanied by a missile pod of a similar size. It was assorted with high-caliber portable cannon complete with force field armor shields. The new weapon was dispatched as a part of the defensive squad during the expedition. It worked as an advertisement for the new powered suits. Inabe spared no effort to advertise the powered suit and the weapons to all companies that he knew. He ended up filling the expedition with an abnormal number of powered suits and weapons. With that many powered suits roaming the area, of course, they would clash with the monsters. All swarms of monsters went to impede their advancement. This included weapon dogs. But the squad was able to plow through them with ease, filling the area with carcasses. HQ, this is C501 from C5 Squad. We have encountered a swarm of large monsters and defeated them. How is the damage? The squad is fine, we still have enough medicine and ammo to continue the operation. Roger that, continue with the plan, I just have a small worry though. We are encountering monsters more often than we first predicted. I know that the unexplored deeper part of the ruin is filled with powerful monsters, but they are even stronger than we expected. The unexplored areas stay unexplored because most of the hunters who went there did not come back alive. That is exactly why we lack information regarding those areas. It can't be helped if there are powerful monsters there. Maintain the supply route and expand out carefully. And also, there's a directive from the upper echelon to keep the damage to a minimum since it won't act as a good advertisement otherwise. So make sure to withdraw when it gets too dangerous. The powered suit operator laughed in reaction to that small joke from HQ. Well, I'm glad that we got ourselves some kind commanders this time. C501. Roger that. The call was closed as he then scanned the surrounding area. The ground riddled with carcasses as far as the eyes could see was the testament of the power of the squad. Well, we're winning anyway, so I guess there's nothing to worry about. The powered suit squad continued their objective of expanding the secured area. Although they encountered numerous monsters, to the point they questioned where those came from, their powerful equipment made quick work of them. Since that was the case, they thought that there was no problem at all. Not too long after the squad continued, they arrived at a certain place where numerous tall buildings stuck to each other, forming a formidable wall. In front of that wall, a monster was standing as if guarding the wall. The outer appearance of that monster was similar to a tank with multiple cannons. It was so huge that even the powered suit squad had to look up to see the entirety of the monster. The monster looked like a mobile fort. While the lower part of the monster was equipped with metallic reptilian legs, it looked like a biological monster carrying a fort on its back. As that monster spotted the advancing squad, its guns quickly turned and aimed at them before it started shooting vigorously as if it was also trying to destroy the buildings around it. The black-powered suits quickly engaged the monster. They immediately put up their shields to take cover from the incoming barrage. They hid behind the rubble or jumped away from the enveloped direction as they quickly surrounded their target. They communicated closely with each other to ensure maximum teamwork as they quickly dispatched the monster. Both the monster and the squad were using high-caliber weapons, obviously not to be used for fighting against mere humans, and were also not designed to be used by humans either, as they released countless warheads at each other, enveloping the area with barrages that flattened the already ruined buildings in the area. The blasts were so powerful that the force field shield could not completely block them. The powered suits that were using their shields as covers had their whole arms blown away. Those who were hiding behind the rubble and tall buildings were almost buried alive. While those who jumped up were blown away, crashing down one by one into the ground. But the monster itself was not able to get away unscathed. Many of its cannons were sacked. Huge holes were left in its armor plates, while the fleshy parts of its legs were shredded to pieces. Rubble and wreckage rained down from the sky mixed with live warheads. The warheads bounced around and fell down in a completely different place. The warheads that landed on the rubble exploded and threw more rubble into the mix. This also helped shave the force field armor of the powered suits. Of course, the monster was not unharmed as well. It basically inflicted equal damage to both sides. That was when more reinforcement arrived. The squad that was already in battle worked closely with them to adjust their aim as they performed a long-range bombardment. The already powerful warheads landed accurately in a concentrated spot, blowing the humongous monster away. As the leader of the vanguard squad looked at the monster that was already turned into a pile of meat and scarp, he finally let out a sigh of relief. This is C501. Thanks for the reinforcement. C801 here. I'm glad we made it on time. So then, why didn't you wait for us? It was already too late when we noticed the enemy. It might have been using some kind of camouflage. Although it might sound like a lame excuse, we did not expect an attack at all the monsters that we encountered up till now had no camouflage on. If we dial up the sensitivity of our information-gathering devices to detect monsters with camouflage, there is a good chance that they would be able to track our position as well. That's why we thought that it was an unnecessary risk. I see. Do you think there is a chance that those monsters that you encountered first were just decoys for this monster? No, I don't think that's the case, but again, I can't really say for sure. The squad leader then proceeded to check the damage from the exchange and frowned. 3 powered suits were down and many of them were damaged although still fit for battle. Considering that it was a squad filled with new equipment, it was costly. To everyone in the squad, we will take this point as the front line, take up defensive formation and tune up your information-gathering devices to scan for hidden monsters as well. We will prioritize securing the area. For those with force field armor below 70%, withdraw together with the severely damaged units. We will then join up with the C8 squad and dash. While the squad leader was still giving out commands, his information-gathering device suddenly showed a signal coming from the monster that the squad just defeated. As they focused their attention in that direction, one of the buildings that was a part of the tall wall which was already on the brink of falling from the previous exchange, started to crumble. Once it was completely flat on the ground, the squad leader was able to see past the wall as he contacted the HQ in panic. HQ. This is C5 squad, we just encountered what might be an immensely powerful monster. Fortunately, we were able to defeat it with the help of the C8 squad. We will send the damaged units to the back. Roger that. Is there something wrong over there? We spotted something that seemed to be a completely undamaged city behind the wall that got destroyed from the previous battle. I'll send you an image, you can go ahead and check it yourself. We ask for further orders after you finish checking the image. The abnormality in that call expressed what kind of amazing thing that they had just found. The squad leader waited nervously for the next order when his information-gathering device suddenly picked up another signal. As he flusteredly shifted the camera on his powered suit to the source of that signal, he saw through the gap of the fallen building, the figure of a beautiful girl. That girl somehow seemed unhappy as she gazed coldly. And when the squad leader met her eyes through the camera, the girl seemed to be muttering something before his connection to the HQ suddenly was cut off. Tsubaki was standing on top of the rubble on the border of the area under her jurisdiction. Normally, she would not be able to get out of her area due to her restriction. This time, she came in an old-world automaton that was already turned into a terminal. So she did not travel there as a virtual object. Tsubaki gazed at the squad of the black-powered suits and mumbled, "They are here." Looking at them, it's no surprise it did not even stand for 50 years this time. Well, it doesn't really matter. It doesn't change that it satisfies the requirement. I hope we can negotiate peacefully again this time. Tsubaki walked and left the area. Multiple transparent robots followed next to her as she stepped outside the area. The squad leader was at a loss that his call with the HQ was suddenly cut. But their information-gathering devices that were already tuned up to detect hidden monsters, now showed multiple signals. It gave them a shock as invisible objects appeared one after another from a small opening in that crumbled wall. Open fire. All the experiences that he accumulated caused his alarm to ring danger as he barked out commands. The rest of the team did not lose a beat as they started shooting as well. Right at the same time, the monster under Tsubaki's command also replied accordingly. Flashes from muzzles and force field armors appeared out of nowhere, distorting the optical camouflage of the mechanical monsters and shedding to their true form in front of the squad. Countless tanks with multiple legs. Some of them had their legs completely folded up as they were floating without touching the ground. The walls, the grounds, even the sky were immediately encroached by monsters as they did not stop shooting at the city's squad. The black-powered suit quickly reformed their formation and released more or less the same absurd amount of warheads in the enemy's direction. And so, the wasteland was once again engulfed in flames. Inabe looked delighted as he was on standby in the front base's command center. The picture sent by the forward squad showed an area under Tsubaki's control, which indicated that this large-scale expedition was a success. The area would be put under his jurisdiction and he would be promised a good position if he could bring in profits from that area for the sake of the city's development. The fact that he had won this large bet of his had sent him over the moon. That was when something really bad happened. The picture displayed on the large monitor suddenly went blank. What just happened? Get it back online. The other people present there scrambled in panic from Inabe's order. But unfortunately, the connection did not return back no matter what they did. It's not working. We can't establish contact, or more like, this is. The staff looked grim when they noticed what was going on. We lost all contact with all the hunters there. What? Inabe could not hide his surprise. His voice echoed through the command center and dissipated into the air. But even so, it did not help with the situation that they were facing at all. Right about the same time, Akira was hunting for relics in one of the old dilapidated buildings. The building itself was located inside the area secured by the powered suit squad. Most likely, no one had ever searched that building. It was simply because it was guarded by too many monsters, then there was a good chance he could still find a number of relics inside the building. But Akira's expression said it all. There's really nothing here, huh? Though I'm pretty sure we're already deep here and it won't be strange to find a lot of relics in this area. Not only was it filled with powerful monsters, but there were also no relics to be found. It was the worst possible location for hunters. Tsubaki had used her restricted authority as much as possible to remove relics around her own area, that was why Akira found nothing here. Alpha already knew about that fact, but she avoided saying anything to him. It's exactly because hunters normally cannot even come close to these buildings that they organized such a large-scale expedition. They are hoping to find an area rich with relics. That does make sense, but again I don't want to get anywhere close to those powered suits. Although I'm sure I can find better relics if I do that. Unexplored areas have a better chance of housing valuable relics. That was why, although they knew that it was dangerous to stay close to the powered suits, there were hunters who chose to do so in order to get first dibs on the unexplored buildings. As for Akira, he chose to stay away from the front line, thus only exploring the buildings relatively later. It was the result of him prioritizing his safety. In the first place, he only accepted that request, thinking of joining up with Elena and Sarah in case they also participated in the operation. Although it was not like he was taking it easy, he believed that there was no need to unnecessarily expose himself to danger. But, I guess it would be bad if I don't show any result, right? I think there's no need to worry about that. The contract states that you are free to do what you want. The inner part of the ruin is still pretty dangerous, although the powered suit squads already combed this area beforehand. So let's proceed with safety in mind. You're right, I guess I'll do that, huh? Alpha? Akira glanced at Alpha when he said so, but Alpha, who was beside him just a moment ago, suddenly vanished. He raised his eyebrows and looked around, thinking that she just suddenly changed position, but he could not find her anywhere. Right at the next moment, he felt a slight dizziness as his vision blurred for a second, but it quickly returned back to normal. He felt weird, as if his vision was momentarily cut off before restarting. Alpha. Stop with the joke. At least tell me beforehand if you're going to do something like that. But there was no reply. Even if he sent a strong voice through telepathy, it only dissipated without getting any response. Akira felt a different sensation compared to when Alpha left him back in the Saranthal building. Back then, it was more like there was someone there that was ignoring his call, but this time, it felt like he was completely alone, enveloped in complete silence. This time, Akira had completely lost all of his connection to Alpha. Akira started to feel scared, but it was immediately replaced with an intense nervousness. Calm down, don't panic. Alpha did tell me that there would be occasions where I would lose my connections with her inside the inner part of a ruin. I'm not in the middle of a fight right now, and it's not like I have no route to withdraw like back in the Saranthal building. And above all, I'm not inside a monster this time. I just need to proceed carefully until I can get back my connection with Alpha. There is no problem. Akira took a deep breath, reorganized his thoughts, and decided to stop the relic hunt. He turned around to go back to where he came from. Since it was not a good idea to continue the hunt in this situation, he had decided to go back home. He could just say that his equipment was not working well as an excuse. He then used the terminal that was lent to him to contact the HQ. But again, there was no reply at all. He frowned when he checked the display as it said that it was out of range. So he shifted his attention to his information terminal, hoping that he could find a signal through that route. He had since decided to use a better service provider after what had happened back in Mihazono Ruin. Unfortunately, it also said that it was out of range. Akira knitted his eyebrows. This reminded him of what happened back in the Saranthal building. Is this the same situation as back then in the Saranthal building? No, judging that I can't connect with Alpha at all, it means that this is worse than that. I need to get out of here. As Akira started running down the hallway, he spotted another hunter. I can't call the HQ from here, can you get any connection? The guy moved to the side as if to make way for Akira and checked his own information terminal just to shake his head at Akira. This confirmed that Akira was not the only one having trouble, so he placed getting out of that building as his primary priority. Judging that he might get his connection with Alpha back once he got out from this place, he thought that everything would be alright as long as he got out of here. Thus, he increased the power output of his augmented suit and defensive coat. Since he had enough spare energy packs back in his vehicle, he did not try to conserve them at all, even if it was a complete waste of his remaining energy packs. As Akira passed that hunter, he ran down the hallway and jumped down the stairs. Right at the next moment, all of Akira's senses were tuned to their highest sensitivity. He was extremely nervous after picking up a danger signal transmitted from his information terminal. He followed his instinct to take a defensive stance right before the bomb that was planted on the ground near him exploded. The bomb was set there more to close off an escape route instead of killing someone. Moreover, since Akira raised the output power of his defensive coat to the maximum right before that happened, he was only blown back to the floor where he came from without sustaining any other damage. But of course, that shaved a lot of his energy. Akira was utterly surprised as his body was smacked back onto the ground. Thanks to all the training that he had gone through, he was able to maintain his balance. While his mind was still trying to wrap his head around what just happened, his danger alarm flared once more. Akira followed his pure instinct as he grabbed his SSB rifle and started shooting behind him without even looking back while he jumped aside into a nearby room. In such a short time span, the hallway was immediately filled with flying bullets. Countless bullets scorched and drilled through the walls, floors and ceilings of the area, enveloping the whole place with holes. Although both of them received some shots, none was even close to fatal. The other guy that shot back at Akira was the guy that he just passed by a moment ago. Knew that it wouldn't kill you. Well, if this was enough to kill you, you would have died back then after all, huh? Akira tried to digest what just happened as he hid inside a room and used some medicines. Judging from what the other guy just said, he understood that he must have fought against this guy sometime in the past, but it did not ring any bells at all. He thought that it might be someone from that battle in the Izant family's base, but thinking about it again, it was too much work to join the expedition just to seek revenge. After all, it would be easier to attack him when he was not fully armed. Aren't you mistaking me for someone? Not at all. You are Akira, right? I did all my homework and investigated everything about you after all. Well, although, me trying to kill you here is actually just a coincidence, it's true that I have my own personal reason to want you dead. But compared to the greater good that it might bring, it doesn't change the fact that it's better if you're dead. Akira did not understand what exactly that guy was talking about. But he immediately pushed that unimportant question to the back of his mind, since that guy who was still alive after that exchange would definitely come after him soon. He had to fight that guy without Alpha's support. That one fact alone caused Akira to focus even more than before. God damn it. This guy could have not taken any worse timing to ambush me. Akira spat out curses in his mind as he gripped his SSB rifle hard. He then took a deep breath, compressed his time perception and jumped out of the room. The powered-up augmented suit propelled his body outward. It took a blink of an eye for him to land on the hallway. He used one leg to kick the wall in order to kill his momentum as he quickly raised both of his SSB rifles and released an indiscriminate barrage in the general direction of the enemy. The extended magazine compensated for the lack of aiming as the other party received multiple shots to his body. But even so, none of the bullets left any wounds. The other guy put his hand forward and extended a force field armor to block the incoming bullets. Once the flashes from the converted momentum dimmed, it exposed his mocking smile. Akira could not hide his surprise, seeing which, the other guy just shook his head and said, "That's just too bad. I've only used a weak body back then to suit the setting, working with the thugs of Slum City. But this time, I came to this expedition with a much better body." That finally rang a bell for Akira, but his common sense was telling him that it was not possible. No way. It can't be. Now that I think about it, I didn't introduce myself back then. My name is Zalmo. I won't lose this time. Zalmo retracted his force field armor and started shooting at Akira, who kicked the wall again and plunged back to the previous room. Zalmo stopped shooting, changed his gun's form and started shooting again. This time, he had enough firepower to pierce the wall to hunt for Akira. Now that the walls served as only obstacles for him, Akira immediately ran toward the door on the opposite side of the room. Although he was faster than the flying rubble, he was still slowed down by them. He ducked and evaded the trajectory lines of the incoming bullets in a desperate attempt to escape the room. Although the bullets were powerful enough to pierce the walls, they also lost most of their momentum due to it. Thanks to that, they were not able to break through the force field armor of Akira's coat. They were only able to give off a dim burst of light when it hit his back. He's the guy who attacked Cheryl's relic shop back then, huh? How the hell is he still alive? I basically destroyed his head, you know. Don't tell me that his brain is actually stored in his body and that he was just pretending to be dead. No, as I thought, that's not right. Akira desperately ran through the hallway while thinking so, but he was immediately interrupted by more bullets. So he quickly made a U-turn, changed the setting of his SSB rifles, and emptied the remaining bullets in the magazines using the maximum rate of fire in exchange for energy consumption to release a storm of bullets into the hallway. Zalmo thought that it would be bad to take that head-on even for him, so he jumped to a nearby room and took cover. But he still had a confident smile on his face. It seems that you had gotten yourself better equipment too compared to back then. But I can tell. You're not as sharp as before. You have no support system in your augmented suit this time. Let's see just how long you can stay alive on your own. Good luck with that, brat. Akira was caught off guard by that statement and shouted back by pure reflex. Is this your doing too? What the heck did you just do this time? There's no need for you to know. This is where you pay for getting ahead of yourself when you're nothing without your support. Go to hell. Zalmo tried to force his way to close the distance. The slight hesitation in Akira's movement made a small opening that he used to carefully step in for a finishing blow. Akira did try to shoot Zalmo down before he could reach him. But with his state of intense panic, his focus was thrown off. The resulting hesitation caused an opening that allowed his opponent to gain the upper hand. He might be able to do something to flip the table there, but that would warrant him to do something reckless. So he decided to limit the opponent's movement using bullets while increasing his defenses by increasing the output power of his defensive coat. He was somehow able to stay alive by doing so, but the consumption rate of his remaining energy was worrying him. As Akira was trying to run away from there, he spotted a staircase to another floor. He thought that his connection with Alpha might return once he got out from that building, and was about to jump down the stairs. But he suddenly stopped midway when he remembered what had happened not too long ago. He had no time to check for the bomb with his information terminal. In the worst-case scenario, the explosion might get him trapped in between the bomb and Zalmo, thus completely cutting off his remaining escape routes. He also had the option of turning up the force field armor output of his coat and trying to force his way through the bomb. But the current him lacked Alpha's support and was not as reckless as his usual self, so he was not able to select that choice. The short time in which he was comparing his options there caused him to lose his precious time. All the distance that he had opened from running away was all in vain, now that Zalmo had closed that distance. In order to get away from the bullets coming from just the previous turn, Akira had no other choice but to jump in a different direction, throwing away the chance of going down the stairs. Akira continued running. His expression was already filled with fear, the intense nervousness caused his body to slightly tremble. That was when he spotted a crack on the wall of the building. That was enough to get him to make up his mind. He stopped, pulled out the blade on his back and turned it on. The blade glowed and he swung it at the wall. The powerful blade answered his wish and fluidly cut through the strong old-world wall. Akira swung a few times and lastly delivered a kick to open a hole in the wall. That was when Zalmo finally caught up to him, so Akira made his resolve and jumped out of the building. Since he jumped out from a high floor, he still had some time before reaching the ground, although it was no more than a few seconds. Akira extended that time using his compressed time perception as he called for Alpha through telepathy. Alpha. Again, no answer at all. If it was just like back then in the Saranthal building, he would have been able to regain his connection with Alpha if he was able to get out of the building. But this time, his first bet ended up with his loss. Right then Akira's second bet also ended up with his loss. He thought that Zalmo would not follow him, but on the contrary, Zalmo did not hesitate as he also jumped out from that hole. He had lost all of his bets up until now. At this rate, he would only land on the ground and die. Of course, that was assuming that Zalmo did not get him first. While on the other hand, Alpha's support was also not coming back at all. In that slow-moving world, reasons for his impending death kept piling up. Akira mocked all the decisions, reasons and luck that led him to this state. Alright, I just need to do this on my own, right? I get it, okay. I just have to do it, right? Akira's spirit rebounded and boosted his focus. The speed of the time flow around him decreased significantly. In this state, his voice that he forced out from his throat while laughing made a strange unrecognizable sound. Akira had made his decision, renewed his resolve. If he did not fight back, only death awaited him. Then there was only one choice, to fight back and to kill. No matter who his opponent was, even if it was a human, or a monster, or his own past, or even his bad luck, it did not change what he had to do. Zalmo had to die, anyone, anything, that wanted to kill him must die. Akira finally made his resolve as he completely dropped the choice of running away, until his connection with Alpha returned. He jammed the blade on his right hand straight into the building's wall as he continued to slide down. He used his grip to twist the blade in order to change his direction, sliding down the wall to avoid Zalmo's bullets. At the same time, he used the SSB rifle on his left hand to suppress Zalmo while making use of the strong recoil to dig himself into the wall, till both of his legs were inside it. The blade continued to slide down the wall while the force field armor of his augmented suit protected his heel while gouging out a line on the wall. When he had slowed down considerably, he suddenly started running towards Zalmo. Right at the same time Akira made his resolve, his vision began changing. The more he concentrated, the clearer his vision of Zalmo was, while the rest of the world started to blur. It was the proof that he was able to bend reality to his will. The strong will in him caused the reality to change closer into the world that he wished for. With the help of Alpha's support, he was able to see this world in great detail. But this was impossible to do when he was by himself, even trying to do that might cause his brain to overload with information which might end up in his death. Akira's solution to this problem was to limit the detail that his brain would process. With consciously filtering the information coming to his brain, he was able to increase the accuracy of his perception. With less information to process, his brain was able to produce the image of the perceived world in a shorter time. Thus the resulting perception was closer to the real world and eventually, increasing his reaction time. While at the same time, he cut off any resource that he used to process pain and any other unimportant sensation as much as possible. He had consciously turned off his sensation for pain, which also acted as a danger warning when he was in front of death's door. Nonetheless, he fully accepted it. Because of that, Akira's fighting prowess received a huge boost. He himself did not know how long he could maintain his current state, but one thing he knew for sure was he could not maintain it for long. More than that, this was actually the first time Akira was able to successfully execute it. He already tried doing it during training a few times, all of which ended in failure. The reasons for those failures were mainly two things. Firstly, Alpha placed a restriction to make sure that Akira would not burn out his brain. Secondly, Akira unconsciously thought that Alpha would save him in times of emergency. Now that Akira was freed from those chains, he once again stood face to face against a certain death all by himself for the first time after so long. And just like back then when he had to do it in the slum city as he was fighting for his survival all by himself, he faced the impending doom with a smile. Zalmo, who was free-falling while aiming at Akira, was surprised when Akira suddenly went straight at him. But he was still calm enough to aim at Akira and release a few shots. Akira swiftly moved in a zigzag, evading those bullets and once again kicked the wall to take a huge leap towards Zalmo. Both of them battled with each other on the side of the wall, as if the gravity was not affecting them at all. Zalmo was struck with amazement. His movements suddenly changed. Moreover, what is with his reaction speed? Accelerator drug, huh? Was he only running back then just to wait until his accelerator drug takes effect? I jumped to chase him, but don't tell me that he was actually inviting me to jump too. But he hasn't fully regained his sharpness. I'll have to kill him before he regains his full system support. But Akira was also surprised there. This is only enough to take this fight into a stalemate. But there's no guarantee that I can return back to this mode later on. This is my only chance to kill him. Just drop dead already. The moment Zalmo was within the reach of his blade, Akira quickly heaved his blade down. The slash of the blade created a dim glow. Created using force field technology, this dim glow was more than enough to showcase its enhanced sharpness. Zalmo noticed this, so he raised his force field armor to its limit. The moment the blade touched his force field armor, a blinding flash of light emitted due to the energy conversion. Zalmo's confident smile and Akira's mocking smile were swallowed by the light. Although the light was bright enough to drop visibility to zero. Both of them immediately aimed their rifles to where their respective opponents might be and simultaneously released a barrage. The shock wave and the kickback of the barrage blew each of them back as if they were colliding with each other within that blinding light. Chapter 214, Requirements for Negotiation. There were a lot of hunters killing time inside the cafeteria of the forward base. They were put on standby in case of an emergency. They were basically made of two kinds of hunters. One was those who applied to join the expedition but got rejected for some reason, so now they were waiting there in case anyone requested reinforcement. While the other half was the people who were deliberately left there as a reserve in case of an emergency. The former paid to be there, while the latter were paid to be there. Both of them waited there, preparing for any emergencies. Sarah and Elena were among the latter hunters. Both of them received an invitation to participate in the expedition from Inabe's proxy. Then during negotiations, they learned that Akira was also planning to participate in the expedition as well, so they decided to join. But in the end, they were somehow assigned as reserves. Inabe was hoping that Akira would return back from the expedition with a lot of old world terminals, but if Elena and Sarah were with him, there was a chance that Akira would decide to hold back. That was why Inabe arranged it so that Sarah and Elena were assigned to the reserve team. In the middle of their idle talk, Sarah suddenly asked. Say, Elena, Are you really okay staying only as a reserve? Elena tilted her head. Do you want to join the expedition instead? If you really want to go no matter what, I can try to negotiate with them again. It is at least better than just sitting here, waiting for something that we don't even know will happen or not. But it's not like it is a must. It's just that, although it's great that we're getting paid just to sit and wait, I know that you don't really like this either, right Elena? Elena made a conflicted smile after her best friend pointed it out, that this might sound a bit ridiculous. I feel that should something happen while we participate in the expedition, Akira would try his best to look for us. He would prioritize us instead of himself. But if we don't participate, he would have peace of mind and could just immediately withdraw. Sarah gave out a similar wry smile. You have a point. It might sound ridiculous, but it's better to be safe than sorry. Elena and Sarah believed that Akira currently liked them. But there was that one time when Akira almost completely cut off relations with them. So if they were asked if they had regained their original trust just like back then when they explored the Miyazono ruin together, they could not give a definitive yes. But even so, he was still willing to go to dinner together with them, so it could be said that their relationship had mended although it was only a little. Elena tried to voice that out as if she wished for it or maybe even to hang on to it. To which, Sarah also reacted with an agreement. That was when a notice reached their information terminal. Elena checked the content of the notice and frowned. Well, it seems that something has happened. I wonder if Akira has some kind of weird bad luck that indiscriminately gets everyone around him involved in it. I do feel bad for saying this, but I somehow saw this coming. And he survived everything up till now, no wonder he's that strong. Elena and Sarah exchanged wry smiles, then immediately turned solemn and prepared to move out. The content of the notice included, HQ has lost contact with the hunters sent to the deeper part of the ruin. We request for an urgent dispatch of hunters to check up on them. Hunters who were posted to the border, which denoted the inner part of the ruin, were assigned to stop anyone who tried to enter the area. Only those under Inabe's jurisdiction with permission were allowed to enter. However, their actual job was not to stop intruders by force. They were equipped with powerful information-gathering devices and were tasked to watch their surroundings. If they spotted anyone suspicious, they were instructed to warn that person and to contact HQ. Of course, they could also get rid of that intruder on their own if they could. After all, it was expected that those who tried to enter the inner part of the ruin would be fully armed. The requester did not have enough spare resources to pay the guards who could always deal with that kind of intruder. Togami and Reina had accepted that job. Since the area that they were assigned to was vast, there was basically no one else in the area. Although it was only a guard job, it was their first hunter job after a while. That was why Reina was extremely pumped for this request, but since nothing was happening, she started to feel bored. Although we did get back to taking hunter job, this is rather boring. We're on guard duty, so having nothing in particular happening is good news. That's true, but still. By the way, do you want to try looking for relics around here? We're still inside the assigned area even if we look around, so we can look out for intruders while searching for relics, right? Just don't get too carried away, alright? Togami was basically saying that he did not mind Reina going, but he himself would stay. Reina understood that and pouted. She did not say anything back and chose to stay. Togami found that a bit unexpected. But that was all, he did not pursue the subject any further. But Kane was forcing her hand over her mouth, holding herself back from laughing. Seeing that, Togami started to frown. Reina, who noticed that, jabbed at her. What? Nope, it's nothing. I just thought that it was funny how Milady came up with a suggestion and did not go even after Togami gave his permission. Having an ulterior motive is not a bad thing at all. I see. Reina gave a rather forceful smile and cut the conversation short. She finally realized that sometimes, showing a reaction was not a good thing. Although Togami had a lot of thoughts running at the back of his mind after seeing Reina's reaction, he believed that it was only him reading too much. He reminded himself that Reina was only trying to take this request seriously since she was the one who decided to do it in the first place. Therefore, he shelved any other miscellaneous thoughts away. Shirori made a guess as to what they were talking about and interjected. "Milady, although Togami-sama gave his permission, we basically got ourselves this request by butting into Togami-sama's request. Thus it would be unwise to neglect our main duty." I know. That's why I'm not going, can't you see? "Milady, it's better to think things through first before saying anything." Yeah, I know, I will be careful." Togami thought that his guess was correct. Reina started to fluster. Kane noticed a few other things and just smiled bitterly, while Shirori was standing there with a neutral face, playing dumb. Feeling awkwardness wafting in the air, Reina decided to bring up a change in subject. "By the way, when we talk about Kuzusuhara Ruin, there's an urban legend. The beguiling ghost. There are a lot of rumors floating around related to it, but I've been thinking that it might be one of those holograms that we saw in the Lida Commercial District ruin. Something like that might be a guide that would answer honestly when asked for directions. Though, since the ruin is already filled with monsters, the hunters who followed its direction would get killed instead. What do you think, Togami?" "Well, that does sound plausible. Or maybe the ghost deliberately sent them to somewhere dangerous after concluding that they were suspicious individuals. Or maybe, since the holographic image doesn't have the ability to transmit information in the form of voices, they just decided to follow a holographic image, and then they found themselves in the middle of an old-world security facility before they realized it. Reina, with that equipment you used, you can see augmented reality better than others, right? Be careful not to simply follow any augmented reality holographic image if you come across one, alright? Don't worry, I know just how dangerous this area is. But still, if I ever meet that old-world beguiling ghost, I feel like I have many questions for that ghost." "I can understand what you mean. It might be interesting to hear some stories about the old world. Right? To hunters like us, that topic is what we are most curious about." As Reina was having a good time chatting with Togami, Shirori suddenly interjected with a serious voice. "Milady. I know, I won't just go following that ghost if I see it." "That's not it." Shirori hung her sentence there and seemed hesitant. Reina found it weird, but she then noticed that Kane was smiling amusedly on the side. "Kane, what is it now?" "It's not really something big, but, let's see. Well, Milady has been working hard lately, so I guess it's a good idea to give a hint from time to time, hoping that Milady would be able to become an independent hunter one day." "What are you talking about?" "Milady, think carefully whether it's a good idea to ask why Ain-san cut herself off right there. If Milady doesn't ask Ain-san, I'm sure Ain-san would just come up with something random to hide it." Reina seemed a bit confused and turned toward Shirori. "Shirori, are you hiding something?" "Milady, there is too much sensitive information in the world that are difficult to handle. The main problem would be whether Milady has the ability to properly deal with it. Information management is also an important skill for a hunter. Milady, do you have the resolve to know information that might kill you? Moreover, having the resolve alone is hardly enough. After all, it is still not okay to let someone jump to his death just because he has made that resolve. It is also important to know the limitation, to keep oneself from learning about forbidden knowledge. It's just as people say, curiosity killed the cat. There are many who ended up on the fugitive list simply because they somehow inadvertently learned some forbidden secret of the corporate government." Kane said with a smile. She still had her eyes on the surroundings while exerting a level of intimidation. Reina flinched back and got even more confused. "Well then, Milady, which one is the right choice? Is it to ask? Or not to ask? This is a test of Milady's skill as a hunter, you know. So go ahead and use all this free time to think about it." Reina looked at Kane and Shirori in turns. Shirori let out a huge sigh and frowned. "Kane, what are you trying to do?" "I'm just giving advice to Milady about information management in place of the overprotective Ain-san. That's my job." "I don't know what you're talking about." "Which one is your job?" The one about teaching milady how to handle information, or the one about managing information in place of milady? Either way, it would all be in vain if Ain-san dies though. Don't just kill me off like that. In that case, it's okay for me to destroy that will which Ain-san wrote in case Ain-san dies, right? Shiori raised her eyebrows in reaction to Kane, who said something like that in a slightly serious manner. Meanwhile, for Reina, it came as a huge surprise. Shiori, what is this are you talking about? Ah, milady, about that. As Shiori was flusteredly looking for an excuse, Kane suddenly gave a warning with a serious look. Milady, both Ain-san and I already did all the preparations in case we get killed anytime. That aforementioned will is just one of our preparations. If milady gets surprised by small things like that, it means that milady has a long way to go. Just how many times does milady think we almost got killed this year? Reina could not hide her surprise. One of the reasons was that Kane did not say that in her usual half-joking manner. But after that, Kane immediately returned back to her usual self. Well, it seems that is indeed the case here. No wonder why Ain-san can't help but get overprotective. After all, there's no guarantee how far Togami would volunteer to babysit you. But well, being needy from time to time might be a love strategy to get Togami, but he will hate you if you do it too much, you know, milady. Even before Reina could react to that, Togami choked and coughed. Reina then flusteredly denied that. What are you even talking about, Kane? Oh. So milady is doing that without even being conscious about it, huh? Just my opinion here. Though it was not on purpose, I think inviting such a misunderstanding is cruel, you know? Since Kane returned to her usual self trying to poke fun at the whole team, the awkward tense mood from just before was completely dispelled. But Shiori did not proceed to scold Kane since she understood what Kane was trying to say. Kane was being considerate to Reina, which was actually rare for her. Her opinion of Reina was nothing more than a naive rich lady. However, she significantly softened her stance after seeing how hard Reina had been trying. The reason why she said so was because she cared, otherwise, she would refrain from saying anything and would only do the bare minimum required for her job. She was being considerate in a different manner compared to Shiori. If Shiori and Kane died, then Reina would only follow afterwards. Unless she learned how to deal with such a situation herself, Reina's future was not that bright. Although she did not wish to deny Shiori's devotion, if that devotion became the reason she died, then making sure Reina learns how to handle the situation herself after that was a part of that devotion, or at least, that was what Kane thought. Shiori understood that as well, but at the moment, she could just handle everything herself. Therefore, it gave her a hard time on what to do. If she had the resolve to live beside Reina forever, then Kane would not say anything about her being too overprotective. She also understood that Kane was basically indirectly asking her, "Are you sure you are alright with dying?" If that was the case, Shiori needed to put in more preparations to make sure that everything would be fine after she died. What she was doing right now was just a half-baked resolution. Nonetheless, it was a completely different matter on whether she could pull it off. The more willing she was to throw away her own life for Reina, the harder it was to make that decision. After Kane dispelled that awkward mood, Reina thought hard about information management that Kane mentioned. Once she made up her mind, she then went to Shiori. "Shiori, can you tell me what you wanted to say back then? But I won't force you if you don't want to. If you didn't tell me because you think I don't have the ability to deal with it, I have no wish to force you to tell me." Shiori looked slightly surprised. She smiled gently at Reina and said, "Very well, milady, I assume you have prepared yourself." "Yes." Togami, who was listening next to them, could feel that it was a conversation that should only be between them, so he felt a strange sensation of alienation as he spoke up. "I don't know what you guys are going to talk about, but don't forget that there's a single outsider here, okay? If it's something that I shouldn't hear, I can leave now. I don't mind if Togami-sama wants to listen as well, but it would bring the same danger that made me hesitate to tell milady in the first place. If Togami-sama wants to listen in even after knowing that, then you may feel free to do so." "I see, well, I don't see any reason why not," so I guess I will listen too. Shiori lightly nodded, her expression then turned serious. Now then, it is about the urban legend of Kuzusuhara Ruin, the beguiling ghost. There's a good chance that the real story about that ghost has been replaced by something those in Kagamaima City came up with. Reina seemed a bit disappointed as she tilted her head. Shiori, sorry, I don't see any reason why you would hesitate telling me that. There's a problem with the original story. The story about the beguiling ghost was originally a series of multiple stories about it. It is a collection of stories about multiple ghosts luring hunters into the ruin. The original story has it that these ghosts are the area managers of the different areas inside the ruin. Originally, the Kagamaima City was an frontier base made by Sakashita Heavy Industry to explore Kuzusuhara Ruin. Since it was big enough to be promoted into one of the 5 great corporations, it sent fully armed hunters equipped well enough to be in the front line to hunt for relics inside Kuzusuhara Ruin. But in the end, most of them did not return back alive, and that was the beginning of the Beguiling Ghost series. Then one day, Sakashita Heavy Industry suddenly stopped sending hunters to the ruin. After losing the monetary aid it once had, the frontier base that had already grown big enough to be a city, was not able to send any more large-scale expeditions into the ruin. From that point on, the corporation was then relegated into a smaller-sized company, placed as the governor of the city, and it no longer had the resources and the influence that it once had. No one knew for sure why it stopped exploring the ruin, there were only various rumors regarding that matter. Some said that they found another ruin with more prospective relics. Some said that it was the result of an infighting within the corporation. Some of the rumors even made more extreme and ridiculous guesses. The single most popular rumor among the hunters was connected to the beguiling ghost. It was rumored that the corporation made a deal with an area manager to stop their expedition, or that they were threatened to stop, or that it had made a secret deal to only search the outskirts of the ruin. Reina listened closely with immense interest to that story, but she still did not see any danger in knowing any of this so far. Well, what can I say? It's just a rumor, so I don't see why it's that dangerous, or is it that simply because I can't see where the danger is? Milady, the main problem is that there are signs the city had deliberately changed the story. It means that someone in the upper echelon doesn't want the real story to leak out. If someone somehow gets to know about the real story, they might have their eyes on that person. Although there's no telling how much they don't want others to know, there's a good chance that they have enough influence to cause misfortune to anyone who gets to know about the truth. In the worst-case scenario, that person might even get killed. Shutting up someone would serve a warning to the others. Reina frowned. It was obvious that Shiori was not joking. The way she said it fully demonstrated that she was being serious. So they really don't want anyone to know, huh? I wonder why that is the case. Let's see, among the stories in the Beguiling Ghost series, there's a story about a treacherous beguiling ghost. That ghost would offer something to a party of hunters, which caused them to fight against each other. As a matter of fact, there were hunters who claimed to be victims of that ghost. I see, so those who accepted that ghost's offer would end up dead. With a few who survived claiming themselves as victims of a ghost. Over time, it would slowly turn into that beguiling ghost urban legend, right? To be honest, I don't see the correlation. I don't think that is enough of a reason. So, what if the Sakashita Heavy Industry had made a secret agreement with the area manager to stop their expedition and used that rumor to make hunters fight each other on purpose? Is that really possible? They needed a good reason to stop such a costly expedition. Well, in the end, this is nothing more than just my own speculation, so please don't take it too seriously. I don't know the real reason and I don't think there's any need to pursue the truth. The most important thing is knowing enough to make a guess that something malicious was behind it. Now that Mildy knows this much, keep in mind that it will cause those who don't want to know the truth to come out, to mistake Milady as someone who actually knows about the truth. So in order to avoid such a misunderstanding, it is important to handle such information with care. Since Mildy already knows now, please be careful. Reina frowned and nodded repeatedly. Togami hesitated, but his curiosity won as he asked Shiori a question. Shiori-san, is it bad if I ask you how you got this information? We have an independent information network among us. And ever since Milady decided to go to Kuzusuhara ruin, we made sure to investigate that ruin as much as we could. Please accept this answer and refrain from asking any further questions. Togami understood what Shirori was trying to tell him as he gave a firm nod with a solemn expression. Understood, I won't ask any further. Thank you very much. Togami sighed in relief. He understood that although he made a mistake in asking, he was at least able to stop himself. That was when a call reached them from HQ. Togami found that bit weird as he picked up that call. This is number 65. Nothing out of the ordinary over here. By the way, isn't it a bit too early for the regular checkup call? After listening to the explanation from HQ, Togami frowned and replied. Roger that. I'll call again if we notice anything. Togami, did something happen? It's just a warning call as well as a checkup to see if they can still contact us. It seems that HQ has lost contact with the hunters in the expedition. Is this because of that ghost? Togami only added the last part as a joke, but Reina did not laugh at all. Yanagisawa's squad was watching the surroundings from a tall ruined building. What a mess, I wonder if it's okay to just ignore them. Hunters, monsters, powered suits, drones, all of them were mixed in a massive battle royal. Both drones and flying powered suits filled the sky with countless bullets and missiles and warheads. Because of that, there were stray bullets falling haphazardly all over the places, causing more chaos in this already chaotic battlefield. Boss said not to do anything until further command either from him or from HQ, so it's our job to just watch over them for now. There was no clear line of command, the IFF was also in a mess. Both the hunters, the powered suits, and even the monsters, were killing each other regardless of friend or foe. It was pure chaos and their powerful weaponries did not help the situation at all. So then, any news from the boss? Yanagisawa's men aimed their rifles upward and released a barrage. The bullets made a ricocheting sound in the air as if they pierced through something. Not too long after that, mechanical monsters with non-functioning optical camouflage started to rain down. Still nothing. Ever since that last order, to treat him as dead if we cannot contact him for 12 hours, and that we can do anything we want afterwards, no one have heard anything from him or seen him. I bet he's somewhere nearby doing something in secret though. Stray bullets suddenly rained down on the building, destroying a portion of its roof. There is no doubt, he's definitely scheming something. By the way, do you think this jamming is his doing too? The squad aimed their rifles and lightly wiped out the source of those stray bullets. Probably. Can't say for sure though. Though, if it's really his doing, it would be great if he could warn us beforehand. That jamming got our communication devices as well. Moreover, this is not the same effect from the colorless mist. Either way, it doesn't really matter whether it is his doing or someone else's doing, one thing for sure, something is going on right now. There was an obvious difference in strength between the hunters on the ground and Yanagisawa's squad. But both of them were equally clueless as to what was going on. The battle between Tsubaki and the powered suit squad continued. The fight was entirely one-sided. Although it was multiple black powered suits against a single automaton, the ground that was riddled with destroyed powered suits and the undamaged automaton body spoke for itself. Tsubaki just stood there in serenity as if to guard the only destroyed part of the wall protecting her territory while mocking at the utter difference in strength. The black powered suits raised their huge rifles and shot at Tsubaki. The released bullets were even bigger than a human's arm. However, that countless hailstorm of bullets stopped in front of Tsubaki as if there was a transparent thick shielding in front of her. The bullets that came later struck those bullets that were stopped and bent them. But even so, they were not able to move the frozen bullets. All of them formed a wall of metal, and even if the following bullets were able to pierce through that wall, none of them could reach Tsubaki. Once the shooting stopped, the bullets started falling to the ground. The same happened to the bullets that came from the top as well. Showing that the invisible wall was not from the transparent drones protecting Tsubaki. The squad could not help but frown after seeing what just happened. A desperate voice soared through the speaker. Again. Damn it. What the heck is that defense? It didn't even produce any flashes of light. All force field armors generate light from energy conversion, you know? Like hell if I know. If it's some kind of barrier, that should at least shave away some of her energy. Just keep shooting and hope that it's not useless. Where are the reinforcements? Long-range communication is dead. We have no other choice but to get closer back to base to call for reinforcements. And that's what's taking them so long. Try to call the unit that we sent back to HQ and get it to call the city defense squad. They should send in some reinforcement. We need to hold out until then. The powered suit switched to its rifle and shot a bullet that was bigger than Tsubaki's body right at her. Tsubaki's expression did not change at all as she kicked the bullet. The shock wave from the kick made the bullet bent and exploded. But due to the way Tsubaki bent the round, the force of the explosion was directed upward, away from her. It was only enough to cause a blast of wind to blow, strong enough to sway her dress. Right at the next moment, a gigantic chainsaw came crashing down from another direction. The glowing high-speed rotating fang bore down on Tsubaki. The powered suit abandoned the long-range advantage of its rifle and used its full strength to swing its chainsaw. Tsubaki calmly stopped that chainsaw with one hand. Although the force was enough to bend her leg and create a crack on the ground, it did not throw off her posture. She stopped the rotating fang by force, which caused a loud cracking sound from the arm of the powered suit. Tsubaki then swung her arm and threw the powered suit as if it was a lifeless doll, ripping off the powered suit's arm in the process. That powered suit then took the chainsaw to the face. Its pilot was split in two and the severed body vanished into the distance. The scene showed just how powerless the powered suits were in front of Tsubaki, which caused great shock to those in the squad. What the heck was that? I know that it is an old-world automaton, but there's a limit on just how powerful it can be, right? Or is that the normal power of an old-world automata, that I bet it's a military automaton or something like that. Although it looks like that, it has different specs compared to the other common drones and service automata. Spread out. Keep your distance from it. Judging that they had no chance of winning, the squad leader ordered the squad to withdraw. They started moving away from Tsubaki while shooting the buildings around her to create obstacles between them. Tsubaki looked at the falling rubble, she then cleared them with a clean single round kick. She actually just swung her leg around in the air, but the shock wave from that kick was transmitted through the colorless mist and blew away the falling rubble towards her retreating foes. Tsubaki then mumbled. That should at least be enough to shoo off the incoming squad for now, then I just need to clean up the trash inside the area, where I can move freely. She wanted to go to Kagomiyama City herself if she could, but Tsubaki could not go out that far. Even being able to stand here required her to request permission first since it was outside her original allowed space. She was only able to gain permission since it was an emergency. As Tsubaki was about to take a step, she suddenly stopped. She then looked at the pile of rubble. Right past that pile and countless ruined buildings, there was a man with a huge rifle aiming at her. The man pulled the trigger, the bullet drilled a hole through the buildings and the rubble, absorbing their masses into the head of the round as it went right at Tsubaki. It reached Tsubaki in a blink of an eye, leaving a long clean hole that was obviously larger than the size of the bullet itself. Right at the next moment, the bullet turned all the mass that it had absorbed in its path into pure energy, releasing a huge explosion. The shock wave from the explosion was so large that it could blast the whole area to smithereens. Thankfully, the explosion compressed the air around the area to its utmost limit, temporarily creating a layer of dense colorless mist. This layer served as a strong dampener, restricting the shockwave from spreading out too far and destroying the whole place. Thanks to that, it created a strange phenomenon. The contained explosion and shock wave created a spherical cage, which seemed as if it devoured space. The area around that cage had only sustained relatively light damage compared to the scale of the explosion. But past the boundary of the cage, traces of immense destruction was apparent. Even after being enveloped in that explosion, Tsubaki still stood there with the remaining 30% of her body. But it did not take long before her body started to crumble as well. The one who sniped Tsubaki was Yanagisawa. He had been using a special old-world augmented suit, special annihilator bullet, and special camouflaging suit to hide while looking for a chance to strike. Then, using an annihilator bullet that he was barely able to obtain using his connections, sniped at Tsubaki. Yanagisawa then came to ground zero and looked at the wreckage of the old-world automaton. Yikes, did I overdo it? I guess it's better to be safe than sorry, but still. Yanagisawa squatted as a flying kick cut the air above his head, blowing away the rubble behind him. Tsubaki turned to her camouflaged backup unit after the automaton was rendered unusable and launched an ambush attack. Tsubaki then stabbed her hand toward Yanagisawa, but Yanagisawa evaded that as well. He grabbed her wrist and stopped her hand. The shock wave from that thrust created a hole in the rubble behind Yanagisawa. Still, with his hand holding Tsubaki's wrist, Yanagisawa then said, "Nice to meet you, I am Yanagisawa. You're the manager of this area, right? If possible, I want to negotiate with you." Tsubaki sent a cold gaze toward Yanagisawa. "Is this the culture of yours? To attack the people you want to negotiate with? I don't see any possibility of us forming a deal. It's just an introduction to let you know of our might. That's all there is to it. After all, I'm sure you have no wish to negotiate with a bunch of ants that you can just squash, right? I at least want to let you know that while you might be able to kill us, it won't be easy. Otherwise, you won't even listen to what I have to say. That's the most basic requirement for stepping into the negotiation phase, no?" Yanagisawa lightly jumped back to open up some distance. Cold sweat ran down his back as he pulled out a black card from his pocket. "Moreover, I have this. So, can we start?" Tsubaki frowned with displeasure. "If you think that I would listen to anything you say just because you have that card, then you're sadly mistaken." Yanagisawa's smile was mixed with false bravado, but even so, he still somehow managed to stay calm. "Of course, but it at least means that you would have to take our negotiation seriously, right?" Tsubaki's expression immediately returned back to normal, but of course, it still had a tint of coldness. "In that case, throw your weapons down. That is, if you're really wishing to negotiate with us." Yanagisawa managed to keep his smile. After a short hesitation, he made his resolve and let go of his weapons. He then smiled confidently at Tsubaki. There was a few seconds of silence between Tsubaki and Yanagisawa. But those few seconds felt different for both of them. Right about when Yanagisawa started sweating, Tsubaki smiled amicably and guided. "Very well, follow me then, I'll guide you to a better place for negotiation." "Is this place not good enough?" "I don't think this place is suitable for a negotiation." "You have a point." Tsubaki smiled at Yanagisawa, who replied with a wry smile. After that, two similar automata suddenly appeared out of nowhere. Now that there were 3 Tsubaki there, one stayed behind to guard the place, one guided Yanagisawa to the meeting place, while the last one started walking in front of them. As Yanagisawa followed behind Tsubaki, he then thought, "That would make it 4 automata in total, huh? I wonder just how many more she has, 10. 100. 1000. No wonder Sakashita Heavy Industry decided that exploring the Kuzusuhara ruin wasn't worth the risk." His expression then changed into a smile. Chapter 215, Battle Royal. Akira woke up and found himself lying on the ground. He slowly pushed himself up and coughed out blood. He leaned his body against a nearby wall for support. But the sharp pain was too overwhelming and he tripped over again. His reality-bending mental mode had already been turned off. Thanks to that, his head was assaulted with an excruciating headache as he pledged not to ever use it again. Both his legs and arms were screaming in pain. His augmented suit had also spent all of its energy. He used up all of it without holding back in that battle. Akira squeezed all the remaining strength he had to reach for his medicine. He then gulped it down together with the blood in his mouth. Immediately, his throat reacted and made him cough, flinging some blood off. He ignored the possible side effects as he just took all the medicine that he had in one go. Thankfully, the 10 million orum box of medicine was quick to show its effect, suitable for its price tag. The pain slowly subsided and his consciousness became clearer. As he regained enough strength to move, he once again stood firmly on both feet. He then looked around, picked up his blade, which was lying on the ground nearby, and tried to re-evaluate his current situation. How long was I unconscious? A few seconds? Minutes? Hours? Since I'm still alive, it means that the other guy is dead, right? I don't even remember landing on the ground. My augmented suit and the force field armor on my coat must have been off while I was unconscious, huh? Well, that means that I got pretty lucky there. I guess my luck isn't all bad. Akira smiled wryly and thought. I still can't connect to Alpha. As I thought, my luck is not the worst. Now that the pain in his body had subsided, it only left him with a headache. I was able to actually bend reality with my will back then. I'm not sure if I can ever do that again, but I was able to successfully do it once. It should be easier to do it next time. But the burden is nothing to scoff at. I might even get myself killed next time if I do that. It would be great if I can fight back the side effects with medicine, but judging from the fact that my head is still hurting, it means that medicine doesn't help much in this case, huh? Or is it already the maximum effect of the medicine? I have no idea. Either way, it is better than getting killed. Although it isn't cheap, I guess I'll take some more. Akira carefully returned back to his vehicle. Since he parked the vehicle close to the building, it was not that far from him. But it took him a lot of effort to return to his vehicle. It had been quite a while since the last time he had to move his augmented suit on his own without Alpha's support. Furthermore, his heightened nervousness along the way drained his focus as well and energy. Once he reached his vehicle, he opened the back door, got in, and closed the door before letting out a huge sigh of relief. His nervousness fell as he praised himself for splurging on strong armor plating for his vehicle. The communication device on the vehicle was still showing that it was still being jammed. Akira found that regrettable as he set the auto drive to head back to the temporary base. The vehicle reacted accordingly and started moving. Akira was relieved to find that his vehicle was still working as it should, thus easing his nerves a little bit more. He proceeded to eject the energy packs from his rifles and replace them with high-quality energy packs, ignoring just how expensive they were. As he did that, he then thought that it would have been better if he had been using them right from the start. But at the same time, doing that would raise his expenses and that might result in a monetary loss for him, so it was out of the question. Akira got a taste of common problems plagued by many hunters, choosing between expense and safety. After replenishing all of his equipment, he took an extra dose of medicines to make sure that he was ready to fight anytime. He then leaned on the wall of the vehicle to relax his body while at the same time, he operated his information terminal and information gathering devices to watch out for his surroundings. That was when the vehicle suddenly slowed down and asked for further instructions. Akira frowned. The display on his head showed the reason why the vehicle was asking for further command. The signals showed that there might be a huge ongoing battle along his route back to the base. What the heck is going on? Another ambush from monsters? Good grief, give me a break already. The vehicle was stopped, waiting for further instructions on whether to take a detour to avoid battle or to just ignore it and move forward. The auto-drive system followed its setting not to enter an active battlefield without confirmation from its user. After taking a few seconds of thinking, Akira decided to wait instead. His priority now was to avoid fighting. After all, he had not fully recovered from his last fight. Of course, he had the choice of taking a detour to avoid the battle in front of him, but it would take too much time. The reason why he could come so deep into the ruin with his large APC was thanks to the supply route. If he took another route and got stuck in some small roads instead, it would not be funny if he got attacked by monsters in that situation. At the moment, he was inside a large vehicle, protected with resilient armor plating with no monsters detected around him. Not to mention, that the communication line might recover if he waited long enough. That was why he decided to wait here. Of course, Akira was also worried if the decision that he made there was the correct one. But any decisions might as well be the worst decision. As such, his only option was to recover as much as possible in preparation for anything bad that might occur. As Akira thought so, he went to the portable bed and took a rest there. Suddenly the radar of the vehicle, which was in standby mode, picked up signals from enemies and the vehicle immediately accelerated. Akira was dropped off from the bed due to inertia, but he quickly reacted and readied himself for a fight while cursing. That was fast, goddammit. No matter which decision he took, he might have gotten more resting time if he had made up his mind sooner. Seeing from that perspective, his decision back there was indeed the worst one. The control device of the vehicle made a rough estimation of the enemy's position based on the damaged armor tiles, as the vehicle accelerated away from that direction. The source of that attack seemed to be coming from the general direction of a nearby ongoing battle. When Akira looked in that direction, he could see a young boy in a hunter-augmented suit running in his direction. He was running at the same speed as Akira would if he used his augmented suit. He's running away from the battle, huh? Then that means that was stray bullets from the monsters chasing after him? As Akira was considering helping that hunter and to confirm the situation with him afterwards, he aimed the APC's machine gun past that young boy and frowned. The ones chasing after that boy were multiple armed vehicles. There was no doubt that those vehicles belonged to the other hunters. While Akira was still thinking about what to do there, the young boy hid behind Akira's APC. Thanks to that, the other hunters aimed straight at Akira's vehicle instead. Although the APC itself was undamaged thanks to its strong armor tiles, it was only a matter of time before the armor tiles failed. Akira had a bad feeling and opened the back door while the APC was still running. He then tried to ask what was going on to that young boy. Hey! What dash? But the young boy suddenly aimed his rifle at Akira and came for his life without any warning. Thanks to the ominous feeling that he got, Akira was ready and was able to react. In a blink of an eye, bullets immediately flew in and out of the APC. Although they were shooting at each other at such a close range, since both of them prioritized not getting hit, both were uninjured in that exchange. The young boy quickly jumped on top of the vehicle, hiding away from Akira's line of sight. Akira scowled and looked at the ceiling. That was when a voice mixed between displeasure and happiness came from the ceiling. So you're here too, huh? It's great that you're here. This time I will win for sure. I'll kill you together with those hunters. Once again, it sounded like his opponent this time also knew him beforehand, and again, Akira did not remember who it might be. Are you another guy from the afterlife? Who are you? Don't tell me you're Sebla. Who's that Sebla? I'm Tyal. The heck? Tyal who? Tyal's face twitched with hatred. You don't know. I see. You won't even remember my name, huh? I expected that much. Hearing Tyal lash back like that, instead of getting confused, Akira was more irritated. Grenades rained down on and around the vehicle. The explosion also consumed Tyal, but he protected himself using some kind of protective outer coat. The equipment that Tyal was using was unnervingly similar to the ones that Akira used during his fight against the monster Tyal in the past. Tyal clicked his tongue and jumped down. He then ran along Akira's APC and said to Akira while looking straight at his face. I'll get back to you later. Don't worry, I'll definitely be back to kill you. Both you and that guy. Tyal only said so and started shooting at the hunters who were coming at him as if he was protecting Akira's APC. After that, he left the place using his augmented physical strength. Akira was still a bit confused by that sudden turn of events, but the shaking coming from the barrage from the incoming hunters pulled him back to reality. That bastard. He left those hunters for me to deal with. Judging from the intensity of the incoming fires, Akira understood that those hunters were mistaking Akira as Tyal's ally. Even if he wanted to tell the truth, they were outside his communication range. Akira knew that not firing back would not stop the other side from firing him. He could try to get close enough for his voice or for the short-range communication to reach them. But, there was no guarantee that he would not be killed before he could do that. So the conclusion he came to was that he had no other choice but to fight back. He changed the vehicle to half-auto mode and set the machine gun to provide suppression fire. While he, himself, peeked out from the vehicle and left the APC with an order to just immediately get away from that place. The APC's powerful machine gun unleashed countless bullets while Akira himself released a barrage of guided armor-piercing grenades. The grenades were set to explode before reaching the hunters for the sake of slowing them down. Although Akira only intended to suppress them, the grenades that he used were still lethal weapons. Thanks to that, it was able to successfully slow down the pursuing hunters. The hunters coming at him switched their focus from pursuing Akira to evading the incoming grenades, thus lowering their rate of fire toward Akira as well. Akira used that chance to get away as far as possible from them. Setting the acceleration to the maximum, he was able to open up some distance between them. After he got away far enough that they could not shoot at each other any longer, Akira went back inside the APC inside. For real though, what exactly is going on? Akira rubbed his hair in frustration, but no one was there to answer that question. The leader of the hunter team that was chasing Tyal made a grim face and said, "Damn it. He got away. To think that he has allies as well." The young leader then renewed his resolve. "I don't know who that was and what his aim was, but I won't let him disrupt the expedition. I'll definitely make this expedition a success no matter what. Katsuya here. How is the damage? As long as the connection has not recovered, don't trust anyone you meet. You'll get ambushed otherwise." The team chasing Tyal was Katsuya's. Akira was still not sure what just happened as he drove through the ruin. The situation was only getting worse. According to the radar, it seems that the ongoing battle was only spreading wider. He spotted some flying monsters fighting flying-powered suits. He was only barely able to get away from those on the ground with the help from his APC's machine gun. In this expedition, the city management sent in the powered suit squad first to secure the area. Even someone like Akira knew that plans had gone awry at this point. But that did not give any hint as to how the situation would evolve from there. Akira smiled wryly and mumbled, "I guess this is the rebound from relying too much on Alpha all the time." Akira hesitated to look for another hunter in order to group up with them. The reason was simple: he got attacked by other hunters numerous times in the past. The line of command among hunters was also already completely destroyed. He did find an underground parking lot on his way and thought of hiding there for the time being, but the other hunters already taking shelter within those places suddenly started shooting at him without any warning. Of course, he did try to talk with them since they were close enough for short-range communication, but the only returning words that he received was, "Don't come any closer." It was a messy situation where everyone could not trust those they did not know. I bet that Tyal guy also got himself in some fight with the other hunters just like this. I wonder if there are other hunters in his situation as well. I guess that's the case for that Zalmo too, huh? Or maybe they are actually friends. Can't tell. I have no idea at all. Akira continued driving through the wasteland while wondering about the answer to those questions. That was when a destroyed powered suit blocked his way forward. The destroyed powered suit had its lower half completely decimated and its body was severely damaged at different spots. Akira stopped his APC. He thought that if he used the full power of his augmented suit, he might be able to move that powered suit aside, so he then walked toward the destroyed powered suit. That was when suddenly a short-range connection call reached his information terminal. "Long time no see. To think that we meet in this place, it must be some kind of fate. Anyway, you came at the right time, can you help me for a bit?" "Who's this?" "It's me, Nelia." Akira immediately looked around. "Where are you calling me from? You see a destroyed powered suit nearby, right? I'm inside it. But I can't get out by myself, so can you help me?" Akira hesitated for a bit, but then he carefully approached the blast door and grabbed the bent handle. He swiftly opened the door and switched to his rifle as he aimed inside. Right there, Nelia was smiling amusedly at the surprised Akira. Similar to the powered suit, Nelia only had the upper half of her body. One of her arms was crushed within the bent powered suit. That was a rather cold reaction from you, considering that we don't get that many opportunities to see each other. Well, considering the situation and the other party, I had to do at least this much. Is that so? Well, it doesn't really matter. Can you take me back to the temporary base for now? Akira gazed silently at Nelia with a serious face, his rifle was still poised at her. So Nelia raised her eyebrows and asked. Oh my, do you have some kind of interest in girls that are paralyzed? Akira sighed exasperatedly and lowered his rifle. It was not because he was sure that Nelia would not shoot at him in this situation. He understood that very well. Nelia was an insane hunter, there was no doubt about it, but her madness was the thing that guaranteed her as non-hostile at this moment. This strange feeling reminded him that there were many things out there that he did not know about in this world. Let me at least confirm this first. You're not hostile at the moment, right? Sure, if you think so. Alright, do tell me beforehand if you're going to attack me, okay? Of course, I'll be sure to tell you beforehand. Akira grabbed Nelia's remaining hand and pulled her out, but the cable connected to her crushed arm prevented him from doing so. Thus, Akira put in more power and tore that cable forcefully before carrying Nelia out. Akira was carrying Nelia by grabbing her remaining arm and letting her body hang down. That Nelia smiled teasingly at Akira and poked fun at him. That was not gentle. Are you not familiar with how to treat a girl's body? I know that some girls like it hard though, do you perhaps have a preference for them? The heck are you even talking about? Akira only said so and carried Nelia back to his vehicle. After putting Nelia on the driver assistance seat, as if to vent his anger, he turned the vehicle violently and rammed it to the blocking powered suit to push it aside. You're bad at driving, do you want me to drive instead? How are you going to drive with your body like that? The control device in this vehicle is connected to one of the terminals, right? You just need me to connect to that terminal. Although I can't fight with this body, I feel bad leaving everything to you without helping at all. Akira hesitated, but he then pulled out a terminal from the APC, he then connected the terminal to a jack on Nelia's neck as she had instructed. Not too long after that, the APC suddenly started moving with her control. With this, Akira could just focus on fighting and let Nelia handle the driving. After that, Akira and Nelia exchanged information to understand the situation. Hearing what had happened to Nelia's powered suit, Akira frowned and asked. Wait a sec, are you being serious? The powered suit squad got beaten? Isn't the whole squad using the same powerful powered suit that you were using before? And you still got beaten? The rider of the powered suit that Tsubaki cut in half was Nelia. She was lent that powered suit in order to advertise it. If the commander was not that stupid, we would have retreated instead. I tried to use a melee weapon since none of our ranged attacks worked, but then this happened. So yes, close range, long range, nothing worked. I don't think they have anything to turn the tide at this point. If they had any trump card, they would have already used it at this point. Which means, those invisible monsters right now are. Now that the powered suit squad is gone, there is no one to stop them. I think they're roaming around the area right now. In the first place, thanks to that old world automaton, the squad was not able to stop any monsters at all. With that, Akira's hope that the situation would fix itself with time was completely dashed. If more and more mechanical monsters did not stop pouring out from the other side, the situation would only get worse with time. Because of this, Akira no longer hesitated, just waiting until the situation got better was out of the question now. He heaved out a huge sigh and made a grim face. Alright then, let's force our way back to the temporary base. Although judging by the signal, there's a huge battle near the supply line, but that's still better than just staying here. We're already heading there, did I see? Akira was surprised that Nelia just decided where the APC was heading without consulting with him first. But since it was a good thing that they were already heading toward the temporary base, Akira decided not to say anything about it. But still, after hearing your story, this means that our chain of command has been destroyed. And then, for some reason, we're now caught in a situation where the hunters don't trust others that they do not know. This is quite an issue. But to think that we would meet each other in this situation like this, I wonder if we're connected by fate or something. Well, judging that I'm here and right now, it is safe to say that my luck sucks. That's pretty harsh. The APC's radar picked up some new signals. Akira noticed that and went to open the back door of the APC to clear his line of fire, in case those signals were enemies. He more or less had a grasp on how many enemies there were thanks to those signals detected. As he aimed his rifle, he suddenly spotted a powered suit flying from behind a building, still far away from him. Nelia, are those powered suits here to pick you up? They are enemies. Shoot them down. Right at the instant Nelia said that, the powered suit aimed its rifle at Akira's APC. Hold on if you don't want to be thrown out of the APC. Nelia made the APC do sharp turns in order to evade the incoming bullets. But even so, some of them still hit the APC's sidewall and rooftop. Each shot was huge, fired from an equally large rifle equipped on the enemy's powered suit. The expensive armor plating protected the APC from those shots, but eventually, some plates had their durability worn out and fell to the ground. But even so, the barrage did not stop at all. The force from the bullets pushed the APC to the point that it almost rolled over, but Nelia was able to skillfully control the APC, preventing it from rolling over. Akira quickly grabbed the APC by reflex in order to maintain his balance while his other hand pulled the trigger of his SSB rifle. Due to Nelia's rough driving, his aim was far from accurate. But the homing armor-piercing frag grenades were still able to find their way toward the enemy's powered suit, enveloping it in a sea of flame. Now that the APC was out of the hostile powered suit's line of sight, Akira went to his terminal to check for its signal. The signal was still moving, indicating that their enemy was still alive. Nelia, just a question, have you fought against that powered suit before? Nope, how about you? Me neither. So how were you able to immediately tell that it was hostile? What are you talking about? Just look at how it moved from the signal. It's obvious that it did not come in peace, no? Akira could not tell. But he thought that it was unwise to say that he did not know, so he decided to just shut up. Nelia found that silence suspicious as she then continued. Well, it's true that it might just have been careful of us, moreover, it's dangerous to try and come this close. Close enough till it can send its identification code. Even if that powered suit held no hostility, it should be aware that we might be hostile against it. Although my judgment is basically based on the end result, I don't deny that I was not being that careful when deciding if it was hostile or not. But do you think we should let it close considering that it might suddenly spring an ambush and get us killed? No, that's fine. It's true that it is hostile too after all. Right? Akira just tried to end the subject as he agreed with Nelia, thus she returned back to her usual mood. But still, since both of us don't remember fighting it at all, then why is it attacking us? Did the user go on a rampage after losing the rest of his team? From what I see, it seemed to be obviously aiming for us though. Right after Nelia said that, someone suddenly connected to the vehicle's short-range communication feature. It was because the user of that powered suit had dialed his device communication output to maximum, allowing him to only send his voice to Akira. Akira. I'm not going to let you run away. You're going to die here. That I can guarantee. Akira's face twitched as he scowled. In contrast to that, Nelia smiled amusedly and said, "It seems that it is chasing after you. Are you sure you don't remember that guy? This voice, it's Salmo." "I see, so, what is your connection with that guy? It seems that guy really hates you, did you cuckold him or something?" When Nelia jokingly said so, Akira climbed up the top of the APC through the open back door and turned on his communication device. "He once attacked a shop owned by someone I know. I'm pretty sure I killed that guy then and there. I did blow his head off back then and there was no mistaking it, his brain was scattered all over the place after that. But, for some reason, he is still alive. Maybe it's someone else posing as that guy. Nelia listened with full interest. That's a pretty interesting story. If you were not lying, then either he got resurrected or he's a ghost. There's a story about the beguiling ghost around this area, after all. I guess it's not that weird to find a dead man roaming around this place. That story about the beguiling ghost, wasn't it supposed to be the old world area managers? You know, those AI managing the old world buildings? I saw one back in Mihazono Ruin when I went to Saranthal Building. There are many different theories about that beguiling ghost. Well, putting that aside, it might be possible to resurrect someone with a destroyed brain with old world technology. No, that's just simply impossible no matter how you look at it, right? And old world technology is such a thing that turns such absurdities into reality, right? You are a hunter yourself. So it's better to keep in mind that nothing is impossible for the old world technology. Akira indeed had gone through a lot of things that were out of the ordinary, so he found it interesting that he still had some common sense left inside him as he smiled wryly. Even after using an augmented suit that boosted his physical strength outside the realm of common sense, the SSB rifle that could spit out an impossible amount of bullets, and had spent days living together with something as absurd as Alpha, Akira found it interesting how resilient this so-called common sense could be. He's coming from above. Akira aimed his SSB rifle up and pulled the trigger. One of his SSB rifles was spewing out homing armor-piercing frag grenades while the other one was spewing out anti-force field rounds. Akira shot that barrage with such intensity that he emptied his magazines in a blink of an eye. Way above Akira, the hostile-powered suit was flying so high that he was barely able to spot it. That powered suit aimed its guns at Akira and, just like what he had done just now, it also emptied its magazines, releasing a storm of bullets in Akira's direction. The bullets and explosives both rushed up and down past each other. Some of them collided and exploded in midair. The bullets that came from above landed and created large sinkholes in the ground. Some of them managed to hit Akira's APC, shaking it violently, causing some of the armor tiles to fall. While the frag grenades flying upwards hit the side of nearby buildings and exploded. The shrapnel collided with the powered suit, resulting in flashes of light on the force field armor. During that exchange between the two opponents with an overwhelming difference in size, both parties exchanged an uncountable number of bullets, heavily damaging the area. Chapter 216, Deathmatch. After Zalmo was blown away in his last exchange with Akira, he somehow landed safely and immediately scanned his surroundings. He was able to find the unconscious Akira from just a quick search. The reason why he did not finish Akira off there and then, was simply because he was being extremely careful of the damage done to his body. Zalmo basically had lost one of his arms. The other parts of his body were also heavily damaged. Although he still could fight in that state, he could no longer fight the way he did before. Normally, that level of exchange would not be able to cause that much damage to him. But in order to defend himself from Akira's blade, he had to focus all the energy within his cyborg body to extend a force field armor to act as a shield. Any part of his body exposed, was basically sacrificed. Since the Eastern District was dominated by rifles capable of long-range attacks, melee weapons sold in the Eastern District had to have a certain edge to them. Something that would warrant its use in spite of the already powerful rifles. Something that would guarantee death once the enemy stepped into its reach. In order to answer this expectation, most of the melee weapons sold in the Eastern District were extremely sharp. Zalmo thought that Akira's blade was also like that. After all, he decided to challenge Zalmo in melee range combat when they were stuck in an evenly matched battle. And Zalmo was right. If he had not used all of the energy within him, he would not have been able to defend himself against that attack. In the end, Zalmo saw that against him, who had a rifle that could pierce through walls, Akira made a simple decision. To lure him to an open space without any walls. Akira's sudden change in movement made him seem like a completely different person. That experience caused Zalmo to become overly cautious. He was suspicious of whether Akira was actually conscious or not. It could be a scheme to lure him closer. Zalmo, who would be checking his surroundings with his information terminal before carefully approaching Akira, might get jumped on. Zalmo could easily foresee Akira suddenly springing up, taking out a concealed melee weapon to finish him after he got close enough. Otherwise, it was to lure Zalmo close enough, to ascertain Zalmo's position and rifle's condition before shooting. Of course, with single doubt clouding his mind, Zalmo could not help but think of all kinds of possibilities. Naturally, none of which could be ignored. Back in the slum city and during their exchange just now, Akira was able to make a surprising move right when Zalmo thought that he had secured his victory. Thus, Zalmo had no wish to try his luck for the third time when his cyborg body was damaged. After deciding not to take that risk, Zalmo left that place in order to find something that could help ascertain his victory. His experience with Akira so far caused Zalmo's decision-making skills to go south. It also saved Akira's life. And so, Zalmo was fighting Akira with a powered suit. Originally, Zalmo's powered suit was prepared in order to cause chaos by attacking the city management squads, while also emitting friendly identification signals at the same time. But Zalmo was willing to risk being scolded by his boss later just to use it to eliminate Akira. It might seem to be an excessive use of firepower. But to Zalmo, it was necessary. He already had seeds of fear planted within him. Seeds called Akira. He needed absolute, overwhelming firepower to kill him for certain. This time, he made sure of it. He removed any unlikely chance of Akira turning the tables on him. But now, even after using his powered suit, Akira was still alive. This further confirmed Zalmo's paranoid decision as a correct one. Akira continued fighting back desperately. He was standing on top of his APC as it drove haphazardly through the ruin. Nelia kept driving haphazardly in order to avoid the incoming bullets. The APC swayed violently. Akira was almost thrown off the vehicle each time it made a sharp turn. Akira was somehow able to fix his footing with the help of his augmented suit, but the incoming bullets from above made him frown as he kept shooting at the enemy's powered suit. Due to how fast the APC was going, the violent swaying, the distance to the target, and the speed of the enemy's powered suit, Akira was not able to get a proper aim. The bullets that were able to properly reach their target were only the homing armor-piercing frag grenades. The explosions from those grenades then would throw the powered suit off balance, interrupting its aiming. While at the same time, it also slowed down the powered suit's movement. Akira then aimed for this opportunity to use his anti-force field armor bullets loaded SSB to snipe at that powered suit. Thus, further slowing down Zalmo and throwing off his aiming even further, allowing Akira's APC to survive a few seconds more. Akira compressed his time perception. Although he had another method to increase the accuracy of his sniping, he could not pick that option. After all, there was no guarantee that would kill the opponent. There was also a good chance he would not be able to take on the burden and it might outright knock him unconscious. He was certain that would happen, so he was even limiting the density of his time perception compression. He aimed for the moment when the enemy's line of sight was blocked by a building before quickly returning back inside the APC. As the world ran at a slower pace, Akira wanted to quickly replace the energy packs in his rifles and coat before returning back to the top of the APC. The swaying of the APC caused the supplies to be sent flying, but the time compression allowed Akira to follow the slowly flying objects around him. He would eject the magazines out of his rifles and would quickly take a new set of magazines floating in the air to replace them. He hardly had any leeway of returning back inside to replenish. So, he had no other choice but to get all the necessary supplies in the shortest time possible. If Akira could not return back to the top of the APC before the opponent had a good line of sight to his vehicle, he would not be able to throw off Zalmo's suppressive fire. Any more hits would quicken the death of his APC. In a situation where he had no support from Alpha, his only lifelines were his supplies. If he lost his APC, where he kept all of his supplies, he would no longer have any hope of surviving. The raining bullets exchanged with the soaring ones. The difference in their firepower was obvious. Thanks to the force field armor of the powered suit, it did not sustain much damage even after getting hit. Although the energy conversion sapped its remaining energy, Akira had no way to measure how much the powered suit had left. While the APC was able to survive thanks to its resilient armor plating, that was not the case for Akira. Even if he increased the force field armor output of his coat to its maximum, he could only take one shot at most. The second shot would definitely kill him. Although depending on how much energy he had left, he might still be able to avoid instant death. Nonetheless, there was no question that it would render him unfit to continue the fight. There was also a chance the first shot might even kill him outright. Akira was desperately trying to survive this battlefield under such harsh conditions. He understood that he had no chance of winning. The most he could do there was to delay his imminent defeat. His only chance of survival was to keep delaying until his opponent faced the same issue. Forcing Zalmo to stop. Although the scale was completely different, Akira was no stranger to such fights. He had done it numerous times before he had met Alpha. Thus, Akira just kept on squeezing every last drop of strength he had to stay alive. In the middle of that exchange, Zalmo had a grim expression on his face, hidden inside the augmented suit. The homing armor-piercing frag grenade ammo that Akira used was significantly slower than normal bullets, not to mention, Zalmo was moving relatively fast in the sky. But even so, Akira kept on accurately hitting his grenade ammo. The explosions threw Zalmo's aiming off, thus significantly dropping his accuracy. If Zalmo focused on aiming accurately, he would have to stop moving. This meant Akira would have a better chance of hitting him. If it came to that point, there was a good chance Akira would use an anti-force field round to snipe him using the small window of opportunity. Although the powered suit was strong enough to take a few anti-force field shots, an instantaneous barrage of a whole extended magazine would generate enough firepower to break the force field armor of his powered suit. Zalmo had no other choice but to keep moving in order to stay alive. The powered suit was basically undamaged and it still had plenty of remaining energy. There was no question that Zalmo had the upper hand there. But Zalmo's expression did not express any glee. Instead, it was the opposite. Are you kidding me? The heck is with that boy? This powered suit has been designated to be used by the City Defense Squad as its next-generation powered suit, you know. Why is it still not enough to kill him? As Zalmo got more and more nervous, the powered suit's control device notified him that the remaining energy had already gone below 50% and it was still falling fast. Zalmo could still continue fighting in this state, but for some reason, Zalmo's expression turned grimmer as he decided to bail out from the battle. Zalmo thought that it was a bad idea to maintain this stalemate with little hope of immediately killing Akira. It would be horrendous if the powered suit no longer had enough remaining energy to expand its force field armor to the max the moment Akira launched a counterattack. Furthermore, if he withdrew now, he could refill his energy packs as well as get anti-personnel weapons, which would give him a better chance of killing Akira. Once came to that conclusion, he decided to retreat. The moment Zalmo left the battle, Akira also immediately stopped firing. For a split second there, Zalmo thought that Akira might have run out of ammo and that it was a mistake to leave the battle right now, but he then immediately shook his head and mumbled with a grim face. I know that it's for a large-scale expedition, but that armor plating and the amount of reserve ammo he has is simply overkill no matter how you look at it. Moreover, if he was able to survive that fight only by using this much, that in itself meant that he had become pretty strong. Akira told himself that as he lightly laughed, mocking the bad situation he was in. The vehicle was shaking violently. Sounds of explosions could be heard outside. It was far from peaceful, but even so, it was precious resting time for Akira. He controlled his breathing to help him recover while making sure that he would not get thrown off from the bed. But even that did not even last for 10 minutes. Akira, something is approaching us from behind. It is outside the shooting range of the machine gun and it's pretty fast. I know. Akira already noticed that signal from the APC's sensor that was connected to his information terminal. He opened the back door and carefully checked the direction of the signal. The moment he did that, he could not hide his surprise. The signal came from two young female hunters who were being thrown right into Akira's APC. Akira was judging what to do there, whether to shoot them down, deflect them away, or receive them. In the first place, he had no idea if they were friends or foes. While he was at loss on what to do, he was already too late. The two girls went past him right into the APC and crashed into the supply boxes. Akira pulled out his rifles and aimed at them by pure reflex. But at the next moment, he realized the state of those two girls. He understood that it was useless to shoot them. One of the girls had her neck torn off while the other one had a large hole in her torso. Corpses. What the hell is going on here? Although Akira was even more confused than before, he immediately shoved that out of his head as he immediately returned his aim outside the APC and pulled the trigger. The person who threw those dead hunters into Akira's APC jumped away using his immense strength to avoid the incoming barrage before landing on top of the APC. Akira jumped outside of the APC and made a flip. The moment he landed, he immediately aimed his rifles on top of his APC. Since forced himself to maintain his posture using his augmented suit, there was a line dug into the ground. However, his aim was still on target and did not meander away at all. But the next second, Akira compressed his time perception and jumped out of the way since the guy had jumped off the APC and swung down a powerful kick aimed at him. The kick landed on the ground. But, Akira avoided it. The huge force from the kick was taken in by the ground, creating a huge crack. While both of them were still off balance, they raced each other, fixing their postures in order to get the first dip on the next attack. Both of them then immediately stopped. They raised their guards toward each other while searching for an opening. And so, they ended up standing still, staring at each other for a few seconds. Akira's expression turned grim the moment he got a good look on his opponent's face. You. Taial laughed like a madman. Sorry for the wait. I'm here to kill you now. Both you and that guy. Akira then noticed that Taial's equipments were eerily similar to his. They were so similar that it was impossible to differentiate between them from afar. That guy? Who? The answer to that question quickly presented itself after that. Another vehicle appeared from behind. The upper part of the vehicle could be opened to make it easier for its passengers to fight, and the person peeking out from that vehicle was Katsuya. The dead girls that Taial threw into Akira's APC were from Katsuya's team. He went to attack Katsuya's team, killed some of them, grabbed the badly wounded, and then went to look for Akira while maintaining his distance from Katsuya. He made sure that Katsuya would not lose sight of him. After finding Akira, Taial then threw the badly wounded hunters to Akira. The transmitters in their augmented suits continuously sent signals to let others know the location of its users. As his perception of the world turned sharper, he charged straight toward the muzzle in front of him. The maneuver and increased output of his augmented suit were crushing his body. It was only thanks to the medicine that Akira took before jumping into action that helped maintain the shape of his body. The expensive medicines had a strong healing effect and prolonged healing duration. Thus, it was able to quickly heal any small wounds. But of course, that did not make the body stronger. It was a forceful method to keep the performance of the body by relying on the healing power of the medicines through an endless cycle of breaking and healing the body on a cellular level. The moment the medicine's effects ran out, or the moment the injuries were faster than the healing, Akira would instantly die. In that situation where Akira himself was uncertain how close to death he was able to accurately predict where Taial was aiming as he kept accelerating forward. Akira only took the least necessary movements to evade the incoming bullets as they grazed and took a piece of flesh off his face. However, that kind of wound was far from dangerous. It was not even close to enough to shave off Akira's fighting spirit. He rapidly closed the distance to Taial with a grin. He then used the full power of his augmented suit to swing down his blade at Taial. Taial did try to evade that attack, but he was not able to completely get away from it either. The glowing blade completely cut off one of Taial's arms right from the shoulder down. As Akira saw Tayal's arm flying away slowly through the air, he thought that he had the upper hand now. He quickly changed posture in order to deliver the killing blow, but when he saw the severed arm move, he raised his eyebrows and jumped away. The severed arm suddenly folded its elbow to aim the rifle on its hand at Akira while still in midair. The severed arm pulled the trigger, the bullets in its muzzle spewed out grazing Akira. The kickback from the shots caused the rifle to flail uncontrollably in the air. While still running, Tayal quickly grabbed the flailing arm that was flying at him from the recoil of the shots. He then placed it back onto the open surface wound, which was gushing out green blood. When both arm and shoulder touched, they somehow got reconnected. Akira, who had already jumped away and opened some distance from Tayal, saw that and was astonished. He was surprised that Tayal was able to reconnect his severed arm, but more than that, he was surprised by the blood coming out from the wound. Green blood. No way, can it be that? Akira remembered the massive humanoid monsters that he had fought in the past. As if he knew what Akira was thinking, Tayal laughed at him. So that monster was you, huh? Didn't I kill you back then? How the heck did you return back from death? I see now. In that case, I can just kill you again and again until you're dead. That's right. That was me. But this time, I will be the one who wins. You'll be the one dead. As Akira and Tayal ran side by side while widening the distance between them, they exchanged a grin. Although they did not exchange words, both sides knew what the other sides were thinking about. They stopped momentarily shooting at each other because of their surprise as well as for the sake of healing their wounds. However, it did not take long before they immediately aimed their rifles at each other and were about to start exchanging bullets again. That was when a vehicle suddenly went in and charged at them. Nelia's voice could be heard from the communication device. Akira. I'm coming there, so hop on. Nelia did not understand what was going on. But she understood that she could not afford to slow down nor to stop. She accelerated the APC forward as if to run over anything and anyone that got in its way. The vehicle went past between Tayal and Akira. Akira quickly jumped and grabbed the side of the APC and Tayal did the same on the other side. Katsuya's team was still shooting at them from the front. The storm of bullets was intense. It came both from the machine gun of the vehicles as well as rifles from each hunter. But that was not enough to stop Akira's APC with Nelia continuing to go at full speed. Nelia kept shooting at the machine guns in order to reduce the incoming bullets while she kept accelerating the APC. Akira had one hand holding onto one side of the APC while he was using his other free hand to shoot homing armor-piercing frag grenades to clear the way forward. Tayal also did the same from the other side except he was aiming specifically at Katsuya's team. There was a difference in their shots. Nelia and Akira focused more on clearing obstacles while Tayal was clearly aiming to kill Katsuya's team. Because of that, most of the obstacles removed were from Akira's side. So Nelia directed the vehicle toward that opening, causing Tayal's side to be more exposed. Not only did this shield Akira from the enemy's bullets, but it also made Tayal take on most of them. The APC used all the build-up momentum to charge into a small opening within the enemy's formation. The smaller vehicles could not withstand the power of Akira's large APC and were sent flying. Akira managed to hold on from getting thrown off the APC. It was thanks to his augmented suit that the shock from the collision did not knock him off. But that was not the case for Tayal. After taking in tons of bullets, he was weakened to the point that shock threw him off the APC. The collision shook some of the armor tiles off the APC, but with its superior horsepower and size, it successfully managed to force its way through the enemy's formation. Akira was breathing rapidly as he climbed up the APC. His first step after that was to use more medicine to heal his body before asking Nelia. Nelia, thanks for the help. But could you have done it better? Nelia replied with an amused voice. Nope. As a matter of fact, you should be more thankful than that. After all, I came back for you. Thank you very much. You're welcome. We're allies for now after all. So I would at least do that much for you. Well, thanks. Akira smiled wryly and just spat out that reply. That was when Nelia warned him. 2 signals from above. Akira quickly aimed his rifles up, but he did not make it in time, so he instead jumped out of the way. Right at the next moment, those 2 signals landed simultaneously above the APC. The shock from Katsuya and Taial landing on top of the APC shook it and caused the armor tiles where they landed to bend. Taial laughed like a madman. Although his body was covered in his green blood from the bullets before, he had already healed up all of his wounds. Don't think you can get away from me. Katsuya's expression was filled with hatred. Chapter 217, Those Who Stepped In. Due to its relatively large size, the top of the APC was rather spacious. But of course, it was way too narrow for a gunfight. Akira, Katsuya, and Taial saw the other as their enemies and aimed rifles, originally made to fight against monsters, at the other 2. The APC left a trail of destruction as stray bullets flew out from the top of the APC. The explosions and gunshots made by the 3 of them were enough to lure monsters. Some of the stray bullets would strike against buildings around the area, causing the hunters who were hiding there to think that they were under attack. Thus, as expected, they shot back at the APC. The area that was silent immediately enveloped in a hailstorm of bullets and explosions. It engulfed the whole area in fire. All 3 of them continued fighting each other, spreading fire and destruction in their wake. Akira shot out anti-force field bullets and homing armor-piercing frag grenades with his SSB rifles to get Katsuya and Taial off his APC. The stray bullets went past their targets and hit the buildings around the APC. The explosions blew away the buildings, raising a cloud of dust, while the bullets were able to easily drill holes through those buildings. Some of them even hit the APC and peeled off its armor tiles. The APC that was filled with supplies was Akira's lifeline. But both Taial and Katsuya did not have the leeway to attack the APC, and Akira himself did not have the leeway to worry about hitting his own APC in that battle. Katsuya quickly jumped back of the APC to get away from Akira's wild shots. He then grabbed the edge of the APC and stuck to its side. He was holding the APC as a shield in one hand while using the other to spray bullets at those on top of the APC. Akira pulled his head back to evade Katsuya's shots. He then fell backwards in that posture. Although it seemed that he was going to fall to the ground just like that, Akira used the contact surface of the boots of his augmented suit to stand straight, horizontal to the side of the APC, thus blocking Katsuya from targeting him. While he was in that position, Akira aimed both of his rifles above his head and pulled the trigger. To be more precise, he was aiming at Taial, who had jumped and was running on a building sidewall ever since he evaded Akira's indiscriminate shooting from before. Akira knew the general location of Taial from his information-gathering device. Since he had no leeway to take a proper aim at him, he instead focused more on trying to prevent Taial from joining back. So, he spread grenades everywhere, as if to destroy everything around him. Bullets rained down onto the building where Taial was, but Taial was unfazed. He kept running forward. His monstrous vitality allowed him to take bullets with no problem at all. So, Taial just kept on chasing the APC while ignoring the incoming bullets. He then aimed his arm, already transformed into a cannon, at Akira. Both Akira and Taial exchanged shots. Since both of them were shooting bullets, grenades, and warheads from a difficult position, they were both unable to properly aim at the other. The warheads hit the APC directly, throwing it off from its track. Akira ran on the side of the APC to evade the incoming warheads. He somehow managed to stay on the side of the APC. It rocked violently. Taial used that opening to jump from the side of the building. His face was showing a blood-covered smile. Right after that, grenades came crashing onto the sidewall. Although the explosions also devoured Taial, he could be seen to have soon jumped out from the smoke. For the sake of knocking their opponent off, to make sure not to let them get away, and to gain the upper hand, all of them tried to get back to the top of the APC as quickly as possible. Akira ran back to the top of the APC, while Katsuya tried to climb back up, and Tyal jumped from the side of another building straight to the top of the APC. If any of them used that chance to shoot someone else, it would create an opening for the third party to shoot him. That understanding allowed the three of them to get back on top of the narrow APC. A bullet aimed at the head. A kick to throw the opponents off balance. A twist and turn to evade the incoming blow. Regaining the balance after the exchange. Quickly jumping away from the line of fire. Jumping back to close the distance. Re-aiming the rifle back at their opponent. They threw bullets, kicks, and strikes to destroy the opponent's weapons or bodies. Among the flurry of the strikes, they ducked, blocked, and evaded. Even a single mistake would immediately kill any of them as they were locked in a three-way battle royal. That was when monsters jumped into the fray as well. A huge beast monster landed on top of the APC and tried to take a huge bite of the three. The machine guns with legs appeared on the side of a few buildings and were shooting bullets in Akira's direction. Even in such a messy situation, Akira, Tyal, and Katsuya kept on trying to kill each other while shooting down the legged machine guns and the monsters that landed on the top of the APC. Akira kicked one of the beasts that had already lost its head in Tyal's direction. Tyal deflected its carcass to one of the nearby buildings in order to destroy the legged machine guns there. Katsuya tried to make use of that opening, but both Akira and Tyal made sure to keep him in check so that he would not be able to make any moves in this situation. With so many factors suddenly mixed in the battle, every single decision that they make could easily decide whether they live or die. But even so, none of them was knocked off the APC. Although the APC was going pretty fast, causing the scenery around them to blur, for the three of them, who were pumped full of adrenaline with heightened senses, it seemed that the scenery around them had stopped. Akira somehow managed to keep up with the intense fight with the help of his time perception compression. The panging pain in his head caused a growing haziness to flood his mind. It was obvious that his brain could not take this burden any longer. While at the same time, a strange feeling spread through his body as if it was being crushed and reformed. It was the sensation which came from the continuous cycle of the injuries being continuously healed, thanks to the medicines that he had used beforehand. Normally, the pain-killing effects from the medicines would allow him to ignore the excruciating pain. However, he would still be able to feel enough so as not to cause any harmful effects during a fight. That feeling of discomfort came from this. The moment the medicine lost its pain-killing effect, the pain would immediately eliminate Akira's mind and shut down his body. Akira more or less knew how much time he had left, judging from how numbed pain felt and his abundant experience from all the battles that he had gone through. All those experiences were indicating to him that he was at his limit soon. These guys are strong. Can I really keep up until I kill them? No. I have no other choice but to do it. I just need to kill them fast, before my body shuts down first. Even a second faster will be good enough. I have to commit myself more. I'll kill them before I'm dead first. The fear of death caused Akira to frown, but then a mocking smile overrode his fear. He then ignored the burden, increased his time compression, strengthened his reality-bending willpower, and pushed his body to move even faster. The stalemate between the three of them started to change as Akira committed himself further into the fight. The tide of the battle started to turn toward Akira's favor. Tyal, who understood that, felt joy instead of fear. I can tell, you know. You're getting desperate, right? You're pushing yourself past your limit, right? That just means you're that cornered right now. Akira was also desperate when he fought against the giant Tyal. But at that time, Akira seemed to still have some leeway. That came from the fact that Akira trusted Alpha's support. Even in the worst-case scenario, he believed that Alpha would do something about it. Moreover, if the opponent was too strong, then Alpha would have done something right from the start. But this time, Akira did not give out such a feeling at all. He was simply trying his best, with each step, bringing him closer to death's door just to win the battle. Tyal could obviously feel that Akira was being cornered. This is not like the last time. I can kill him this time. I finally have the chance to kill him. I just need to push just a little bit more. Go to hell. Tayal wished for more power. His wish stemmed from his desire to kill Akira. But because of that, his consciousness started to show bias and leaned more toward the system instead of that of a human. The current body was not Tayal's real body. His real body was the giant which Akira had destroyed the other day. After the city management took a small sample of his body, they burnt it so other monsters would be unable to feed on that corpse. Therefore, his original body no longer existed. The body that Tayal was using right now was something based on the surviving terminal that Yatsubayashi had modified according to the deal that he had with Tsubaki. Originally, Tsubaki was planning to control this modified body together with some other units. But then, she found a much better automaton body to use. So, she no longer needed those units. After that, Tsubaki installed Tayal's personality into one of them and ordered him to spread chaos amongst the city defense squad. Tsubaki, who resurrected Tayal, demanded Tayal to properly give her results this time. If he was able to do that, Tsubaki promised him that she would ask Yatsubayashi to provide him with a proper body. If not, then he would be thrown into a dumpster and be incinerated. Of course, Tayal had no choice but to accept her conditions. While at the same time, Tsubaki also told him this body was the only thing that had Tayal's data at the moment. So if that body was destroyed, Tayal would be dead for real this time. After the expedition started, Tayal met Katsuya's team by pure coincidence. It was not like Tayal deliberately went after Katsuya's team. At that time, he only recognized Katsuya as nothing more than one of the common hunters. But the reason why he was clearly aiming to kill Katsuya was simply because he heard Katsuya mentioning, "I will turn this expedition into a success in order to win Cheryl's heart." As if it was a prank from the god, Tayal then met Akira by coincidence as well. Moreover, he successfully caused Katsuya to mistake Akira as one of his allies. He rolled over a few times, before being run over by the vehicles chasing after Akira's APC from behind. That attack just now came from Katsuya's team. After Akira's APC broke through their formation, they immediately turned around and started chasing the APC. Then the moment they felt that Katsuya was in danger, they immediately took action to provide supporting fire to him. Both the ones that were peeking out from the vehicles as well as the ones driving the vehicles were all moving in a quick organized manner, without exchanging any information in between them. Moreover, they sprayed the bullets in such a fashion that it covered the whole top, except for where Katsuya was standing. Of course, Katsuya also got hit by some of the bullets, but he was unscathed. Akira then thought, while hiding himself around the edge of the rooftop. Low-powered bullets, huh? Did they use that only to provide suppressing fire? No, that's not right. If all of them were low-powered bullets, it should have been impossible to send Tayal flying like that. I bet they're only using that type of bullet around the area where they might hit Katsuya and use different bullets elsewhere. Akira's guess was mostly correct, but the implication of his guess was something that was really worrying for him. The jamming is still in effect. So how were they able to execute that without speaking to each other? That level of teamwork is not normal, you know? Katsuya jumped backwards to join up with the rest of his team. Akira did try to shoot Katsuya down when he was up in the air, but the suppression fire from his team made that difficult. As I thought, their timing is just too good. Is it because of that coordination support system? Is that thing still working even in this situation? But Akira quickly realized that he was about to pursue something unimportant right now. So, he immediately stopped his thoughts there. With both Katsuya and Tayal off the APC now, Akira went back to the back door of the APC. Nelia. They're gaining on us. Can we run away from them? I'll try my best, but to be honest, I think our chance of running away is small. This APC is already in very bad shape and there's not much ammo left in the machine gun. While on the other hand, they are using faster and smaller vehicles with greater mobility. Not to mention, they seem hellbent on killing a certain someone who is on this APC right now. As I thought, we won't be able to get away from them. The APC was already close to its limit. Although Akira used a lot of expensive armor tiles to protect it, it had already lost more than half of them. After all those intense fights, the APC was already badly damaged. It was only thanks to Nelia's skill that it was still barely able to somehow avoid the enemy's attacks. Since it was originally a transport vehicle to be used in the wasteland, it had a powerful engine. However, its capability was vastly different compared to the vehicles made for battles. With Kitsuya's team's vehicles being specialized for combat in terms of specs, Akira's APC had no chance of winning. There was also a big difference in their remaining ammo. Moreover, he still had to keep using the machine gun to clear up the monsters blocking the APC. So, they were still using what little they had left. Kitsuya's team would catch up with them at this rate. There was a good chance of death. Although Akira said so, Nelia replied back with an amused smile. She was not joking, nor was she exaggerating, she was simply enjoying the situation. Akira knitted his eyebrows. He understood why Nelia was acting like that, but at the same time, he could not just completely ignore it nor just enjoy the situation like Nelia. For now, I'll try my best to slow them down. Alright. Endless explosions could be heard from behind. But even so, Nelia smiled and did not seem to be bothered at all. Akira could feel a strange feeling of reliability from that reply as he hurried up to finish his preparation. He immediately replenished his ammo and energy packs and did not forget to take extra medicines as well. In the middle of that, Akira spotted something inside the APC and stopped. It was his bike. Kitsuya landed on one of the moving vehicles from his team. Despite the jamming, they were able to communicate with each other since they were within close-range communication. The moment Kitsuya got into communication range, he was welcomed with a scolding. Kitsuya! What the heck were you thinking? Jumping out all by yourself like that again? I'll deck you if you don't stop doing that, okay? I am sorry, alright? It just happened. Just happened. That's not something that you should do out of a whim, you know? Eri's calm voice followed afterwards. Kitsuya. I know that you would do that since you were able to save some people in the past by doing so. But we're a team right now. It's better to move as a team instead of moving alone. You're right, that was a close call as well, thanks for the help. Good. Kitsuya regained his calm after talking with Yamaina and Eri. But even so, he was still relatively excited. Alright then. Let's go. The team increased the intensity of its attack with that command from Kitsuya. The bullet storm consumed Akira's APC while grenades and warheads were raining down on him. Normally, Yamaina would have recommended the team to withdraw. She indeed also wanted to avenge her dead comrades. She did not believe that it was worth the risk of pursuing a goal if it meant staying in an area where no long-range communication was working. She normally would have prioritized the safety of the team and convinced them to retreat even if she had to do it forcefully. Normally, Eri would have been suspicious of the situation. There was no evidence showing that Akira was on Taial's side. As long as there was no evidence, there was no need to add more enemies into the mix unnecessarily. Akira was too strong to handle. A moment of doubt when against him would result in death. Even if Akira was really working with Taial, the current Kitsuya would not have a high chance of victory even if he worked together with the team. At the very least, she would have notified Kitsuya of this if she was in her normal state of mind. But both Yamaina and Eri did not think about it at all. The impression sent from Kitsuya had overwhelmed their rational judgment so much that they simply believed that the course of events so far is normal. In exchange for their level of teamwork, their individuality had been suppressed. Even though it was a decision made by majority votes, Kitsuya's line of thinking basically always vetoed as the final decision. After multiple long intense battles, Akira's APC finally gave out. The moment the force field armor on the tire ran out of energy, the whole APC immediately rolled over on the ground violently. The impact caused its already hole-riddled body to bend greatly. It was then dragged by its momentum and crashed into a building before finally stopping. Kitsuya's team surrounded the APC and emptied their magazines on it. The bullets pierced through the APC's armor and made a mess of its inside. There was no response when they were done. After making sure that the enemy had been rendered unable to fight, they blew the back door to secure the inside. That was when they found something that they did not expect at all. He's not here. How? The only thing left inside the APC was the dead girls who Tyal threw inside that APC. Akira had a grim face as he rode his bike on the sidewall of a building. God damn it. What a huge loss. A few relic rucksacks were dangling from the bike. Nelia was inside of one of those rucksacks. She had her head and her arm peeking out the rucksack as she smiled amusedly and commented. Well, nothing is more expensive than life. Aren't you glad that you're still alive right now? And I have to pay in money in exchange for that, you know? Akira judged that it was impossible to get away with his APC. Thus, he decided to abandon his expensive APC. He then brought as many supplies as possible with him before trying to escape with Nelia on his bike. Nelia was able to conceal the moment the bike leapt outside the APC thanks to her advanced driving skill. Moreover, the explosions that surrounded them threw off the accuracy of the information-gathering device in that area. They used that chance to get away from the APC before setting the APC to just drive about randomly. Although the APC was already almost empty, there were still some supplies left inside it. Of course, Akira lost all those supplies the moment he lost his APC. He knew that his life was much more valuable than that, but even so, he still regretted losing his APC and supplies. It was obvious from his frustrated expression. So then, why are we doing this right now? We need to take a route where normal vehicles can't follow us. Otherwise, they will only chase us again. Nelia then replied casually. I see, you have a good point there. Nelia had no reason to argue with Akira's reasoning there. She also thought that it was strange how Akira would come up with the idea of driving through the sidewall of the buildings. Nelia found it amusing that Akira replied as if it was common sense to do that. But still, stuffing me in a rucksack like this, you really don't know how to treat a girl, do you? Just shut up and get back in. I won't stop to pick you up if you fall, you know. The bike's control device was modified by Alpha to increase its performance. Thanks to that, Akira was able to drive horizontally on the side wall of the building even when he was not that good at driving. The tires of the bike were properly stuck on the wall as Akira drove. It was as though he was normally driving on the ground. But as expected, he could not control the bike as well as he was on the ground. His face made a strange expression as gravity pulled him not down but to his side due to his position. Therefore, he drove desperately to maintain the bike. Yeah, I'm just a dead weight at the moment so I'll just do as you say. Akira left the area in order to get away from more battles through the route that vehicles would not be able to go through. Though, even a normal bike would not be able to go through that route as well. Chapter 218, The Worth of Life. After receiving the survey request back in the temporary forward base, Elena and Sarah went to the expedition ground using the supply route. But once they arrived, they did not go any further. They started by checking the area starting from there. They were already inside the jamming area. So even if they could gather some information from there, they could not send it back to the base. They would have to return back outside the jamming area first before sending the data. In the end, thinking that it was too troublesome, they only searched the area around the already established supply route. While Elena was in the middle of watching the information-gathering device installed on her vehicle, Sarah was responsible for watching the surroundings. At first, there did not seem to be anything strange around the area. There was no sign of a large expedition taking place here. It was so silent that it made them doubtful if there really was an ongoing expedition here. Except for the jamming, there is nothing strange here. Elena, how is it on your side? Elena stopped operating the terminal and shook her head. But her face did not show any sign of relief. Nothing at all. I just can't get any connection no matter what. Leaving aside the main squad, I can't even contact the reinforcement squads. The reinforcement squads should have known about the jamming, so they should be using stronger communication devices and shouldn't be that far. That's why I thought I should be able to at least contact them, but I'm not getting any replies at all. I can't even get static noise. Sarah understood the severity of the situation from her best friend and frowned. This is already far away from the original request, which is just to check what is going on. Elena, we can basically get the reward already. We just need to check the last place that was indicated from the powered suit's recording. So, what do you think? To be honest, I don't like that idea at all. The jamming is already bad enough, but we did not encounter anyone on our way here, right? It's only to be expected that the main squad would send someone to try to contact the forward base and that person would have used the supply route. But strangely enough, we didn't encounter anyone here. Those powered suits can fly, after all, they might have flown straight to the base without going through the supply route, you know. Of course, that is also possible, but still. Being too careful might mean throwing away all they had done so far down the drain. Although Elena thought so, she could not shake off the bad feeling that she had. But on the other hand, if they just returned back from there, it would also mean that they wasted their time coming here. While Elena was still at loss on what to do, she expanded the radar to its maximum range. Since they had finished scanning the area with the standard information gathering device, Elena used all its available calculative power to search for enemies. As she thought of going deeper into the ruin, in case she still did not get any signals, the radar picked something up. Sarah. Get ready. There's two signals coming this way. The one behind seems to be moving pretty fast. Roger that. Sarah was carrying a gun that was as large as a tank's cannon and another smaller one, which was still pretty large. Both of them were designed to be used with a powered suit. Their first priority was to get away in case it got dangerous. That was why they decided to focus more on firepower even if it meant that they could not keep using these weapons for long. The nearer signal was approaching from behind a towering pile of rubble. Common sense was telling them that nothing could get over that pile. Despite that, the signal went charging straight toward that pile without slowing down at all. Elena, can you try checking their identification code in case they have those terminals lent specifically for this expedition? I can't. It might be because of the jamming or it could be that they don't have it. Either way, be careful, I'll try to open up some distance. Elena turned the vehicle to get away from that signal. There was a chance that it was a monster and it would be bad if they got ambushed. Sarah also understood that as she readied herself for a fight. But the signal only came closer and closer. Sarah turned his gun toward that direction to welcome the enemy right when that signal jumped over the pile of rubble and showed itself in front of them. When Sarah was close to pulling the trigger, she quickly realized who it was and inadvertently shouted. Akira. Akira ended up jumping higher than he expected when he went over the rubble on his bike, causing his face to pull inward. But he somehow managed to land after that jump. Thanks to the advanced balancer and the control device on his bike, plus Akira using his augmented suit to prevent his bike from rolling over, he somehow was able to land without falling over. But even so, he still had a severe frown on his face. That was close. Unlike Akira who had his hands full trying to calm himself down, Nelia was smiling, amused. You do like pulling crazy stunts, don't you? It's not like I'm doing this because I like it. There's that joke again. You won't be able to trick me after pulling all of those stunts. I'm being serious here. Akira finally calmed his breathing as he slowed down his bike. Meanwhile, Elena moved her vehicle to run side by side with Akira and smiled wryly at him. Oh, Akira. What a coincidence meeting you here. Elena-san. Sarah-san too. Why are you here? I heard that both of you didn't participate in the expedition. We're not participating directly, we're just reserves in case of an emergency. Since we can't get in contact with the expedition team at all, we were asked to come down here to check up on the situation. How about you? Are you on your way back from the ruin? Yeah, that's about right. Is it okay if we ask what happened? Well, where should I start? To be honest, I don't really understand it myself, you see. Judging from what they could see, Elena at least knew that Akira was unharmed as she smiled in relief. For now, I'll escort you back to base since you must have some important information regarding the situation. We can talk about the rest after that, are you okay with that? Alright, I'll be counting on you then. The three of them looked around and judged that the area was safe. But that did not stay for long. Elena pointed behind Akira and mentioned something strange. We have to tell the other guy as well. I can't contact him because of the jamming, is it okay to just wait here? Or is it that you have a way to contact him? Excuse me? Akira looked behind, toward where Elena was pointing. His relieved expression immediately turned solemn. A certain familiar powered suit was following him through the air. It was the other signal on Elena's radar and it was heading straight at them. Elena and Sarah thought that the powered suit was someone from the main expedition unit that was returning back to the base with Akira. But Akira and Nelia did not think that was the case. Nelia. It might be as you think, it's not exactly going in the direction of the temporary base. It was Zalmo chasing them, and his target was obvious. At this rate, Elena and Sarah would be roped in the coming battle while they were still far away from the closest defensive point installed along the supply route. Although they had stopped extending the supply route, they were still working on improving the supply route. Thus, there was almost no cover along this part of the supply route. It was the perfect place to launch an attack from the sky. Akira made his decision in that instant. He pulled Nelia off from his bike and threw her into Elena's vehicle. Elena-san. Please take her back to base. When Elena was still flusteredly trying to catch Nelia, Akira quickly made a U-turn and accelerated his bike toward the pile of rubble where he came from. Wait dash. Akira. Elena quickly called to stop him, but Akira did not even spare a glance back as he climbed the rubble before vanishing behind it. The powered suit blazing through the sky was holding a huge cannon as one of its weapons. It then released a warhead big enough to fill its muzzle toward that pile of rubble. Once the payload made contact, it produced an enormous explosion. The roar of the explosion echoed through the area as the ground violently shook. The explosion even sent some of the rubble flying toward Elena and Sarah. Elena made sharp turns to avoid the falling rubble, while some of those that she was not able to evade were kicked aside by Sarah. When the powered suit noticed Elena and Sarah, it hesitated and stopped for a split second. Akira did not let that opening slide as he showered that powered suit with homing grenades. Of course, the powered suit did not just ignore that, it immediately went for Akira while ignoring Elena and Sarah. Elena and Sarah were still in a state of confusion and could not react accordingly. Nelia was caught in surprise, she did not expect Akira would do that at all. But for now, she put that aside and made a suggestion to Elena. I don't know exactly who you are, but can you please hurry up and go back to the temporary base? Elena looked at Nelia with a slightly stern look. Who are you? Akira's friend? What is going on? Why is a powered suit dispatched by the city attacking Akira? Is answering those questions worth stopping in this place? It depends on the answers, I'll judge based on your answers. Ilana and Sarah sent sharp gazes toward Nelia, but Nelia was unfettered as she replied back casually. Either way, we have no means to group up with Akira, you know? He's way too fast on his bike after all. That sentence was enough to push Elena to make her decision. Of course, she hated the idea of leaving Akira behind. But since it was not like they could do anything to help him in that situation, they could only pick the second best choice that they had. Which meant, rather than going after Akira in their vehicle, it was to get out from the jamming area and report what was going on back to base. Sarah. We're leaving. Sarah had a grim expression plastered on her face as she took in Elena's hard decision. All right. Let's hurry up. As Elena pushed down the gas pedal and turned the vehicle back to the supply route, Nelia suddenly opened her mouth. I'm sure you have radar installed too. Can you turn its power to the max and set it to detect even camouflaged enemies around the area? It was as if she hacked straight into the control device, but at this point in time, it was beneficial to them. She left the driving fully to Nelia as she took another large gun and stood next to Sarah. It was a good thing that we prioritized firepower this time. But to be honest, it would have been great if we didn't have to use them. Seeing Elena smile wryly next to her, Sarah replied with a rather uppity tone. Being a hunter is a dangerous job, it was a good thing that we are properly prepared to face danger. Well, I guess I'll leave it at that for now. Elena made a thin smile as she pulled herself together. Nelia gave a warning first before accelerating the vehicle. We're charging in 3, 2, 1, 0. Instead of sounding nervous, her voice was strangely detached. Elena and Sarah took the initiative first as they released shots toward the invisible flying monsters. The explosions produced from the warheads were no less splendid. The anti-force field rounds that they used pierced through the monsters' hard armor and they fell down one by one, crashing to the ground. Nelia also helped shoot them down by using the machine gun fixed onto the vehicle. The countless bullets striped the monsters of their camouflaging veil as they fell. Once they crashed into the ground, they made loud bangs. The remaining monsters still up in the air did not just ignore that attack and immediately shot back. The rain of bullets drilled holes on the ground, but Nelia was able to skillfully drive the vehicle away from the danger. Although they were not that far away from the nearest defensive point, it was a considerable distance to brave this assault. As bullets and warheads were exchanged between the sky and the ground, Elena and Sarah made full use of their talent and skill to destroy any that stood in their path. Akira desperately blazed through the ruin. There was a limit on how much firepower that the bike could take, so there was no chance to defeat that powered suit. On the other hand, it has better mobility than the APC, so Akira used that advantage to get into small roads or go through buildings where he was protected from the flying powered suit. Right now, he was somehow able to get a small break as he was running the bike through the small hallway of a building that he broke into. He turned the optical camouflage of his coat on and lowered the power output of his bike in order to slip away from the opponent's watch. But of course, he could not keep that up for long. Well now, what can I do in this situation? Akira looked extremely exasperated as he rubbed his head. He did not think that he had any chance to run away from the powered suit. Speed-wise, the powered suit was faster than the bike. Although he was able to somehow sneak away from the powered suit right now, it was only a matter of time before his bike ran out of energy first. Akira basically had his hands tied. It was checkmate. For now, he focused on calming down his breathing, taking medicine bit by bit, all the while making sure to regain as much strength as possible, both physically and mentally. He had used his brain a bit too much during his fight with Katsuya earlier. Because of that, it would not be strange for him to suddenly faint any time. The medicine that he took contained a drug to make sure that he would not lose consciousness in the middle of a fight. There was a good chance that he would drop unconscious the moment that drug ran out of its effect, only to wake up a few days later. Akira somehow knew so, that was why he was making sure that the drug's effects would not run out. But of course, it was also a matter of time that the drug would lose its effect. It was one of the reasons why he was in checkmate. After only a moment's respite, the building started to shake. It was on the verge of collapsing, but thanks to its old-world durable build, it did not crumble immediately. Although, the collapse itself was an impending certainty. Again. Akira clicked his tongue and started his bike before pushing the accelerator. He then charged straight at a part of the wall that he had marked beforehand, destroying it as he jumped out of the building and skillfully landed on the ground. The moment the wheels hugged the ground, he quickly accelerated the bike. The crumbled building released a smokescreen, and from that smokescreen, Zalmo appeared. It was Zalmo who destroyed the building. When he lost sight of Akira and could not find him anywhere, Zalmo thought that Akira must be hiding inside the buildings nearby. Thus, he went on to indiscriminately destroy the buildings in the area in an attempt to smoke Akira out. Zalmo quickly detected Akira, who had just come out from the building with his powerful radar. Since Akira acted as he had expected, Zalmo inadvertently smiled as he stood up from his seat and shouted. "There you are. Just give it up and die already. The abnormally big missile pods released a series of missiles. Each of them danced in the air before seeking Akira from different angles. Akira was still on his bike as he aimed his SSB rifle upward before releasing homing grenades. All of them were set to low speed, high homing capability in order to shoot down all the incoming missiles. But they somehow lacked enough firepower to destroy the missiles. The force field protected missiles forced their way through the grenades. But of course, the explosion was able to veer the missiles off their original path as they landed and exploded near Akira, causing the buildings around him to crumble down and throwing rubble up into the air. Akira slipped through the raining rubble on his bike. He had done this before in the past. Although, this time, he had no drive support from Alpha to aid him. He continued to blaze through the road before any falling rubble could close off his way forward. The Zalmo did not just stand idly there, it proceeded to aim its cannon at Akira. Akira, who noticed that, aimed his SSB rifle back and released a barrage of anti-force field bullets. As the bullets' momentum were turned into flashes of light, Zalmo started shooting at Akira, relying on the powered suit's powerful force field armor as he ignored the incoming bullets. The moment Akira realized that his bullets did not faze Zalmo at all, he immediately stopped shooting and shifted to focus more on evading the incoming warheads. He looked around and jumped straight into one of the buildings with his bike. A moment later, after Akira jumped into a building, a warhead followed suit and crashed into the exact same building, turning the wall into a pile of rubble and consuming the building in a fiery explosion. As a result, it left an old-world building, half destroyed. Akira felt a gust of wind from behind due to the shock wave as he accelerated his bike. He jumped out from the other side of the building. Although the explosion was able to partially destroy a durable old-world building, it only shaved a fraction of his coat's durability. The moment he landed on the ground, he scanned his surroundings for cover while changing the energy packs in his coat. He did this without stopping, accelerating his bike even faster. Damn it! Using powerful expensive bullets like that. Just how many does he have? To think he can even pull out a powered suit like that. A mere robber from the slum should not have this many assets. Just what can he get from killing me? What is it that is worth that much money? I just don't know. How is this profitable for him? What's his goal? It surely isn't worth all the expenses. Up till this point, there had already been numerous instances where others would look down at him and try to kill him. It also meant that they saw Akira's life as cheap, easily disposable with a single shot of a cheap bullet. But this was not the case this time. The opponent was even willing to bring out an expensive powered suit to hunt him down. Something much more expensive than any anti-personnel round. Zalmo did not pull any punches in his effort to kill Akira. It reminded Akira that his life was no longer that cheap, that he was no longer just a mere boy from the slum. Although Akira knew this, he did not feel happy at all. Akira could not help but think that it would be better if others still looked down on him. Right then, he realized that he was being meek, which made his expression become stern. A deliberate smile then rose as he overwrote such thoughts. Someone was willing to spend all of this money in order to hunt him down, but Akira just mockingly laughed at that absurd fact. Ha! That's not even close to enough to kill me, you know. It is not worth the effort. The one who made this mistake was not him, but his opponent. In order to cement that fact, Akira pushed the accelerator all the way down as he made a 180 degrees turn. Once the bike was in position, the tire's strong grip tore into the ground as it unleashed its full power, pushing the bike forward with explosive acceleration. Zalmo started to get irritated. But half of that irritation was just a brave front to trick himself against the creeping fear of facing off against a mysterious powerful opponent. He had even changed the equipment on his powered suit in order to kill Akira for sure this time. But Akira was still alive, and that caused Zalmo to start feeling nervous. His new equipment focused more on firepower, enough to even take out a large-sized armored vehicle. So even if he missed, the shock wave would have been strong enough to throw the vehicle off the ground. This should give him plenty of time to send the finishing blow. Because of that, he also brought warheads that would compensate for accuracy with raw firepower. But right now, Akira was still running away from him using a small bike. Zalmo's current equipment did not have the capability to finish Akira off. Akira could make sharp turns and take cover in between small alleys, causing Zalmo to have a hard time trying to shoot him down with the rest of the building around him. Zalmo found it weird that Akira changed to his bike as if to counter against his new equipment. Calm down. He can't run away from me. I still have the upper hand. Zalmo mumbled as if he was talking to himself and released another batch of missiles. Although he was chasing after Akira, the boy was still somehow able to keep a certain distance from him. Naturally, this was Zalmo's doing. On one hand, he could keep Akira within the effective range of his weapons. On the other hand, it was also because Zalmo unconsciously did not want to get any closer to him. Both the firepower and the weight of his equipment were immense. Thanks to that, the energy consumption was equally as immense. If he had enough energy reserve, he would have been able to stay in the air, but just to be safe, Zalmo increased the frequency of landing in order to conserve his energy. After making a U-turn, Akira was charging straight at Zalmo. His eyes were fixed on the powered suit. It continued to shoot at him, launching missiles that would land between them. Most of the missiles drew an arc in the sky before pointing towards Akira. The rest would keep their elevation in the sky and fly straight at Akira when he came closer. If Akira kept accelerating his bike forward, at this rate, he would crash into the missiles coming straight at him. The explosion would definitely kill him, but his smile only grew wider in the face of this and he forced his bike to move even faster. He was already going too fast to make any sharp turns. So, he could not evade the missiles. Each second ticked as the missiles moved closer. Akira quickly aimed his SSB rifle forward and shot a couple of grenades, but the target was not the missiles. The grenades landed between him and the missiles, throwing rubble up into the air. It filled the area with smoke and created a small storm, thus throwing the colorless mist into disarray. The missiles immediately exploded before reaching him. Those homing missiles were made to explode when it got into a fixed range from its target, instructed by the information-gathering device installed in each missile. Normally, the powered suit could set it to detonate manually, but due to the jamming, Zalmo did not use it. The grenades that Akira used this time were mixed with a jamming effect. It was albeit powerful and only lasted for a short time. But that small duration was enough for some missiles to miscalculate its distance from its original target and explode. A huge chunk of debris flew past Akira and he could feel the wind prickling his skin. He willingly stepped into a zone where even the slightest mistake could end him, but even so, Akira continued on with an excited expression. A missile that had lost its homing function flew beside Akira and struck nearby wreckage. The explosion blew off a gust of wind behind him as he continued to push down the accelerator even harder. The rest of the missiles somehow managed to regain their homing function and chased after Akira from behind. Zalmo was shocked to find Akira, who was running away from him all this time, suddenly coming straight at him. That alone was enough to momentarily stop him for a split second. On top of that, he was even more shocked when Akira still remained alive after heading straight at the missiles. At that moment, it was as if he was shockingly trying to kill himself. Yet, he came out fine. Shock after shock slowed down Zalmo even more. It came to a point where Zalmo was now at loss. He wondered if he should try and shoot Akira down with his weapons or jump to the sky. Akira's face twitched with utmost disgust. Even after all that, I am still not able to kill him. Just how durable is that thing? Akira thought that it would be better to move. So he then sighed, unsheathed his blade, and sliced through the wall to enter the building. Chapter 219, In Too Deep. Zalmo's powered suit's control device was shot, so he was only able to spiral down into the ground. But Zalmo somehow managed not to crash by controlling the output of the engine. Although he now could not do any high-speed air maneuver, he was still able to fly. Zalmo landed the powered suit on top of a tall building and glanced toward the building where Akira ran into. It looked to be relatively tall and strong. He knew that it would be difficult to take down that building with only his powered suit. Meanwhile, if he were to throw everything he had at it, he would still have a chance. However, his face turned stern as he shook his head. Calm down. Don't get too emotional. I'm not a machine. Emotion is important in order to understand the righteousness of the great cause. But it would be meaningless if I let my emotions take over me. That would only mean regressing back to an animal. The great cause exists only for humanity. Machines and animals cannot understand the great cause. So just calm down. Zalmo whispered to himself as if he was hypnotizing himself, but it was enough to help him calm down. He reassessed the situation with cold logic and thought of what to do next. But still, what the heck with that boy? Was he only running away from me in order to find an opening? Or was it by pure coincidence? It's true that he might have a chance to turn the table by doing so, but isn't that just too reckless? Did he become desperate, thinking that he had no chance to run away? Or was it all calculated? Just what is it? Common sense was telling him that he should have won by now. But his opponent did not work with the realm of common sense. As a matter of fact, in that fight where Akira should have zero chance of winning, he managed to stage multiple offensives that almost turned the table on him. Zalmo was once again reminded that his opponent was someone who was extremely hard to deal with. It would be best to kill Akira while he had the chance. After all, no matter what they were called, the nigh improbable, the exceptions, the things that overturned impossibility, a miracle. Akira's chances of victory were not zero. Zalmo felt that Akira was someone who could pull off such miracles. Although he did not have any proof for that, it was all his pure intuition. But he understood that sometimes intuition could be sharper than pure logic. An exception that could easily turn the impossible into possible. Regardless of hostiles or allies, an existence brimming with trouble. In terms of planning, it was best to erase him out of existence. So, Zalmo thought that it was important to remove a variable like him for the sake of turning the great cause into reality. I should still have plenty of opportunities to kill him. This guy will only grow stronger. When the great cause takes control of the Eastern District, there's no doubt this guy will be an obstacle and it will be difficult to kill him at that point. He's already this strong right now. I have to kill him when he's still just small, otherwise, it would be too late. Zalmo coldly fueled his killing intent and moved his powered suit to the building where Akira ran into. He turned up his radar to scan the inside of the building. With this, he would quickly know if Akira was still inside or not. While he was doing so, he was also thinking of his next move, but his radar suddenly showed new signals approaching his location. Zalmo focused his attention toward that signal and made a troubled expression. If I'm not mistaken, that one is Taial. He's inside the building while carrying someone. And the signals chasing them would be Katsuya and his team. They told me not to hurt both Taial and Katsuya. I guess this means that I can't just destroy the building. Taial went inside the building. Katsuya and his team stopped their vehicle nearby and followed suit. After that, the radar showed that a fight broke inside the building. I guess I'll just watch for the time being. They didn't tell me to help them and both of them are hostile to Akira. It would be fine if they managed to kill him. At least, they should be able to shave off some of his energy, then I can just make my move after that. Zalmo thought so and changed the setting of his radar to observe the situation inside that building. After Taial fell from the top of the APC, he was run over by Katsuya's team's vehicles. His head was crushed, his limbs were scattered, he was turned into a mere incorrigible lump of meat soaked in green liquid. That was when a greedy crocodile appeared and approached him. When that monster was about to close its mouth to take a chomp at Taial, its head was suddenly chomped off instead. There was a line in Taial's arm that reached until his shoulder. It opened up and turned into a vicious mouth filled with sharp teeth. That mouth then latched onto the greedy crocodile, took a bite off its head, and swallowed it. Tyal then continued his meal as if he was the greedy one. The greedy crocodile flailed haphazardly, all of the guns growing out of its body were shooting out uncontrollably. But that did not faze Tyal at all, he just continued eating the greedy crocodile as if nothing happened. His mouth grew bigger with every bite, increasing its capacity with each bite. It would not take that long for Tyal to completely consume the crocodile's head and eventually kill it. Even when Tyal was lying on the ground, the green liquid inside him was still continuously repairing his body. When more of his body had regenerated, a source of food arrived, just in time to help him regenerate his missing limbs. Thanks to that, Tyal was able to quickly heal his body. When he had finished eating the greedy crocodile, his body regrew from a lump of meat into something more humanoid. Tyal then pushed himself up. The scaly metallic parts of the greedy crocodile had turned into something that looked like a powered suit enveloping his body. His arm that had now turned into a mouth finally closed its jaw and slowly returned back to being a normal arm. Even after he had regained his body, Tyal was still in a daze. What I was doing again. He tilted his head and thought for a while, he then started muttering something with a rather apathetic expression. That's right. I have to kill that guy. Where is that guy again? He then looked around as if he was still confused. There was no one else but him in the area, he could only see rubble and wreckage wherever he looked around. There was no sign of any other living being. But Tyal suddenly stopped looking around and focused his gaze in a particular direction. There he is. Tyal immediately started running toward his target. His gaze was fixed on Katsuya. However, Katsuya was far away, behind numerous obstacles. But in contrast to their expectation, the monster was easily shot down. This was due to the fact that all the force field armors were not in their perfect state. The defensive might of these suits relied on a force field. However, when the energy supply is rerouted or damaged, such a feature would no longer be usable. It rendered them almost useless for defense. And with the opponent's body unprotected by a force field, made it easy to shoot down. Which also means that Katsuya and his team were basically wasting expensive rounds. It took only a short time for all the bullets to riddle the monster into mush. Although she was happy that it was not as hard as she had anticipated, Yamaina thought that it was strange that the enemy was this weak. That was easy. Was it already badly wounded after fighting someone else? The answer to her question immediately showed itself. It was Tyal. That monster was something that Tyal created using powered suits that he found on his way there. Tyal deliberately sent it ahead as a decoy. Katsuya's team had showered it with warheads and the explosions caused chaos, which temporarily lowered the accuracy of their information-gathering devices. Tyal used that opportunity to grab and kidnap some of Katsuya's men. Yamaina immediately reacted to attack Tyal. But it was already too late, Tyal was already too close, he quickly aimed at Yamaina with his left arm, which had turned into a cannon and released a shot. The explosion and the momentum blew Yamaina away. But Tyal then kept running toward Yamaina and quickly grabbed him before withdrawing from the area. Katsuya, who knew what just happened without even sparing a glance, immediately shouted. Yamaina! Tyal glanced at Katsuya while still running away. But, that was all that he did before vanishing into the distance. Katsuya was shocked, an opponent that he thought he had killed suddenly appeared and kidnapped one of his companions. We're chasing after that monster. Katsuya went to chase after Tyal, and the rest of his team immediately followed suit. When Tyal made that shot, he had adjusted his firepower to make sure that he would not kill Yamaina. So, Yamaina was still alive. But since she could not move, she was unable to fight back. She was only able to leave her fate to destiny. Tyal was running extremely fast thanks to his inhuman physical capability. While he ran, he haphazardly flailed her around. It was only thanks to luck that Yamaina was still alive. Though, it was unfortunately for her to be the one that Tyal picked to kidnap. It was difficult for Yamaina to even say anything in that situation, so she just sent a glare toward Tyal. That was when she heard him mutter, Was this good enough? Ah, right, I need to get them to fight each other next, huh? What are you talking about? Tyal kept on muttering without paying any attention to Yamina while running. Yamina thought that there was something ominous about him, as she grimaced from the pain with a tint of confusion. Elena, Sarah, and Nelia forced their way through the encirclement. The area around them was already littered with mechanical monsters equipped with camouflaging technology. Due to the intense exchange, some of the flying monsters had their camouflaging layers stripped off. They looked like a group of ghosts fighting against Elena's team. Elena's team focused more on firepower instead of quantity. But even so, they did not hesitate to use everything in their arsenal. Thanks to that, their reserve ammo was running dangerously low. Sarah's face started to get cloudy because of that, but she quickly replaced it with a bitter smile instead. Good grief. If not for them paying for all this ammo, we would have gone bankrupt again, you know. Elena. How is it? Does it seem that we're going to make it? The defensive point is just ahead. No need to hold back, just keep on shooting. Nelia, is it? Can you go faster? I'm already going as fast as I can, Just a question though, do you have confidence in your aim? Yes, more or less. Then shoot over there. Nelia used her only arm that she had left to point at something. Elena followed where her finger was pointing at and saw the defensive point a bit away from them. Elena immediately understood what Nelia was thinking and frowned. You can just say that it was a stray bullet or that you'd misfired. Elena hesitated for a bit, but she then aimed his gun at the defensive point. She properly took aim at the wall, made her resolve, and pulled the trigger. The bullet stayed true to its nature as it flew straight and struck the wall. Right at that moment, alarms blared, alerting everyone in the defensive point that there was an enemy attack. No matter what the reason, deliberately shooting at an ally posed a huge problem. But still, it was worth it. The defensive point immediately noticed Elena's team and the monsters that they were fighting. The people in the defensive point immediately readied themselves to join the battle. Tanks flowed out from behind the fortification, followed by a barrage from powered suits. The storm of warheads and bullets washed around Elena's team, eradicating the swarm of monsters. Elena's team immediately gained the upper hand. But even so, Elena heaved a huge sigh and scratched her head. Sarah smiled wryly at him while Nelia gave an honest smile and said, "It's fine. If they find out, you can just tell them it was because I told you to do so. I'm sure it'll somehow help you. That better be the truth, alright?" "Wait, will you be alright if I do that though? Just what kind of special rights do you have that would keep you safe?" "I have a superior who is used to handling these kinds of things. Though, I really can't tell you the details." Elena was sending Nelia a doubtful look, but judging from how Nelia reacted to her stare, Elena decided to push that worry aside for now. With those from the defensive point pushing the monsters back, Elena's team could quickly reach the defensive point. The gate opened up and they went straight inside. The leader of the defensive point came together with a number of guards. "You're hunters who came back from the expedition, right? There are a few things that I want to ask." Elena was still trying to pick her words when Nelia suddenly jumped in. "If it's possible, we want to explain the situation to the forward base. Can you get any connection from here?" "No. We are hit by the jamming too. You should at least have a wired connection from here, right? Can't you use that? That's an emergency line. We can't let an outsider use it. Even if it's a hunter who was sent to investigate the situation. So tell me, what's going on and then we'll judge whether it's important enough to pass it along. I'm working under Yanagisawa." Although, to be honest, since I can't get any information regarding the corresponding region, it's nothing more than my guess. But without my support, the possibility of survival is unrealistically minuscule. How about yours? Mine is working in a team. As long as they decide to quickly withdraw and not to conserve their resources, there's a good chance that he would return back alive. But of course, the damage to the whole team's fighting power will be pretty severe. It would be impossible to bring him to the commander's room after this mess. Considering the damage in the unit, there will be a need to significantly readjust the plan. That should be at least better than having to restart from zero like me though. In my case, I would need to start by looking for a candidate, you know? Good grief, and when I got the specialized connection working well too, it's now all gone to the drain. The other alpha raised her eyebrows in surprise. By any chance, does that mean you have some kind of attachment to your subject? I was just getting very irritated since everything just went to waste although it was going well up until now. Is it really that strange? The vexed alpha did not give a straightforward reply there. The other alpha noticed that too, but she did not point it out. I didn't expect a mere AI manager like her to have the flexibility to use a hole in the regulations like that. It was a mistake looking down on her, believing that she would be satisfied by looking after only that uninhabited city. I should keep this in mind for my next trial, that's a good point. For now, let's keep looking for a way to get past the jamming. You're right. Both alphas showed just how different they handled their respective subjects as they started to try to contact their subjects again. When Akira woke up, he immediately scanned his surroundings using the muzzle of his rifle by pure reflex. After checking that there were no hostile forces nearby, he finally sighed in relief, all right. I'm still alive. Although he lowered his concentration in order to rest his mind, he also kept the minimum level necessary so as to not get ambushed. That exquisite balance of concentration was what helped him survive in Slum City. It was vital to help him stay alive with his malnourished body through such a harsh life. Thanks to that, although it was also a part thanks to the medicine that he took beforehand, he was able to recover a large chunk of his stamina with his nap. His strained mind had also mostly recovered. At the very least, he had recovered from the fatigue caused by executing that reckless point-blank barrage against Zalmo. But as expected, Akira did not have the courage to take another nap. Moreover, he was certain that there was a reason as to why he woke up. It was Katsuya and his team, who were chasing after Taial. The girls who just arrived there immediately stood on the other side of the holes-riddled wall and started shooting. Akira reacted by quickly using his SSB rifle to shoot back at them. The girls with the impeccable teamwork against Akira with his superhuman strength. The exchange happened only for a few seconds. Although both of them did the same thing, the damages on both sides were completely different. The main factor which decided the victor was their equipment. The total cost of both sides' equipment was equal, but unlike Akira who was alone, the same amount of funds was distributed between so many people. This meant that each girl only had a limited amount of resources for their equipment. Even with the bulk discount included, the difference in quality of their equipment was obvious. Katsuya as the team leader, Eri, and Yamaina as the second in command. All of them had better equipment due to their position and experience in battle. The three of them were pretty strong in battle as well. But the rest of the team only received standard equipment. As expected, compared to Akira who splurged 1 billion orum for his equipment, the difference in their performance and quality was not small. Akira only received light injuries. Moreover, he also jumped out of the firing lines as he shot back at them. The bullets that still hit him were only able to shave some of the energy from the energy pack powering Akira's defensive coat. In contrast to that, all the girls caught up in the exchange were dead. The anti-force field bullets, which were even able to destroy a powered suit easily, pierced through the girls' force field armor like slicing butter. Those bullets were even able to drill holes through the resilient old-world walls, so the fragile human body did not pose as much resistance against them. Some of the girls even had their heads blown off, some had their bodies and limbs torn. Body parts that were torn off and freely flying in the air were met by more bullets and were shredded to even smaller pieces. The blood and flesh immediately painted the walls red as the destroyed equipment rolled over the pool of blood, which was made up of their original body. Akira inadvertently frowned. Damn it. That was an overkill. I ended up wasting powerful bullets on them when I didn't have much left. Akira was lamenting at the fact that he had gotten closer to having no bullets left. When that happens, he would have to fight with his blade. Naturally, that was his main concern, and he did not show any worry nor remorse to the horrific scene in front of him. Akira then noticed people coming from the hallway and the other directions as well. He immediately understood why Tayal was protecting the hunter that he was carrying. Once he understood, Akira quickly started chasing after Tayal. So basically, these guys might stop chasing him if that hunter gets killed, right? That's so diligent of him. Akira's guess was correct. Moreover, despite knowing Akira's exact location, Tayal was running around instead of going straight at him. He was keeping a distance from Kitsuya's team while trying to bait Kitsuya's team into surrounding Akira. The girls started to encircle Akira. Although the jamming prevented them from contacting each other, they were able to share thoughts through the local network, thus allowing them to maintain their teamwork even when they were spread apart. As if fueled by Kitsuya's hatred, who knew that some of his team members were killed, the other girls immediately aimed their rifles into the room and started shooting. Even when they were encircling the room and filled the room with a storm of bullets, none of their members got hit. They actually fired so much that it would not be strange if some of them hit their own team members. But with their combined teamwork and the high-accuracy information-gathering devices that they were using, none of them hit each other. The room was completely enveloped in a storm of bullets, leaving no place to take cover. But Akira was able to somehow manage to get away from the storm. It was an excellent decision on his part when he decided to chase after Tayal the moment he noticed that there were more enemies coming. He then set the force field armor of his coat to maximum output. After he escaped the room, Akira kept on running while shooting homing grenades behind him. Although those grenades were not to be used in a closed space, judging from the damage caused by Tayal's cannons, the building should be able to withstand the explosions. So, it should work to temporarily stop the opponents from chasing after him as well. The homing grenade sacrificed speed for its homing capability. It changed course on turns before randomly spreading around. Of course, the girls tried to shoot those down, but some of the grenades survived and exploded. The explosions then triggered the other grenades to explode as well, thus swallowing the girls inside the hellscape of fire and blood. Akira felt some shaking and wind blowing from behind. He felt that he might have been too naive and the explosion might engulf him as well. But he pushed that thought to the back of his mind as he kept chasing after Tayal. Kitsuya, who arrived a moment later, could not stop himself from trembling. The crumbling down ceiling came crashing down on the girls. While some of them were blown from the explosion and collided hard into the walls before they started dropping down dead as well. Compared to that, the barrage from the anti-force field bullets mostly caused light wounds since some did not get hit directly. Thus, most of them were still alive even after facing that barrage. The damage from the explosions was on the whole other level compared to that. That bastard! Kitsuya's scream echoed as he immediately went chasing after Akira. The other girls quickly followed behind Kitsuya. It did not matter how bad the situation was, as long as it did not break Kitsuya's spirit, his team would still be up for more battles. Sounds of feet kicking the floor reverberated through the building, Tayal who was still on the run, Akira who was chasing after Tayal, and finally, Kitsuya and his team were chasing Akira. Even in the middle of that chase, most exchanges happened between Kitsuya's team and Akira. Tayal himself was not trying to finish either of them off. Thus, Tayal only occasionally shot back at them to suppress their movement. His main focus was only to keep on running. Akira found it weird. Why is that guy not fighting back? Is he only baiting Kitsuya's team to keep on fighting against me? No, if that's really the case, he would have run away after Kitsuya's team started fighting against me. So why? But the ability to accurately predict and evade the deadly bullets with a hair-breadth margin, the skill to detect dangers, standing right in front of the death door once again sharpened his intuition to its original state. Moreover, his ability to sense danger was also maintained by mock battles that he had with Ario and the other children. The coordination support system that they used during their mock battles were based on the data from Katsuya's team. Because of that, their movement was similar to Katsuya's team. Of course, there were still differences including the battleground that they were using. But even so, the habits and the tendencies were properly conserved. Their skill was slowly getting better from the multiple mock battles, and since Ario was willing to push his body to its utmost limit, their collective movement was even more similar to Katsuya's team. Akira, who has always been facing that whole group all by himself, already learned how to deal with the Katsuya's team. By observing the opponent's movements and teamwork, Akira was able to predict their line of thought and maneuvers. This unexplainable feeling that he had as if he knew what was going on was registered in Akira's mind as intuition. Even after that, Akira and Katsuya's team had small clashes. Normally, the difference in their fighting strength was so big that it would have been hopeless. However, inside a building like the one they were in, it was easy to break the group into smaller ones, allowing Akira to deal with them one by one. Furthermore, the mock battles that Akira had were similar to training, especially against Katsuya's team. It could be said that Akira was fully used to fighting against Katsuya's team. Those facts closed the gap between them and slightly tilted the battle in Akira's favor. The girls fell one by one, their number was slowly but surely reduced. Eventually, it had become difficult for the team to protect the leader, Katsuya, and it had become difficult to keep on chasing Akira. Akira also noticed that the pressure from the other side was getting weaker, so he quickly spread homing grenades to stop Katsuya's team on their tracks before quickly breaking through the encirclement. Although he could hear echoes of Katsuya's scream from behind, it did not bother Akira at all. He started to consume them, using the mouth on both his head and his arm. More arms grew out from his shoulder. Strange sounds came from inside his body as if gears were forced into places. It was the sound of his inner organ fixing itself. And a leg that looked more like a rifle replaced the one he had lost. When he had finished fixing his injuries, Taial immediately went to chase after Akira again. Akira kept on running while always positioning himself strategically, maintaining an advantage against Taial. He used corners in the hallway as a cover and quickly moved to the next point the moment he felt that his position was compromised. While on the other hand, in contrast to that, Taial was charging recklessly toward Akira. He ignored the bullets that were coming at him as if to say that they were nothing against his limitless restorative capability. He then released a storm of bullets and warheads that could even destroy the corner that Akira was using as a cover. The fierce exchange between Akira and Taial blew walls into smithereens, riddling them with holes, destroying the walls that separated rooms and the hallway. In the midst of battle, Akira, who was overwhelmed by Taial's firepower, had a grim look on his face and noticed something strange. That guy is fighting rather crudely this time. I don't know what exactly happened, but he has multiple arms now. Is that the reason why? Is he too preoccupied with controlling all the arms that he can't properly strategize? Taial's movement right now was like a completely different person when Akira compared him to the person that he fought against on top of his APC with Katsuya. That courage to charge straight at the bullet barrage and that vitality to take that barrage face on were both splendid, but as a strategy, it was the worst kind of strategy. This was the price that Taial had paid from forcibly taking over the system's control. As the system could not coexist with the sense of self as Taial, the system could not properly give support to him. Akira realized that he could win by continuing to open fire at Taial while maintaining his distance. However, that strategy would require him to have sufficient ammo. If I use everything here, will that be enough to kill him? Akira thought so for a split second, but he immediately shot that idea down since there was another thing that he had to worry about later as he knitted his brows. No, I can't do that. Even if it's enough to kill him, I still have to fight those guys who will come after him. If I use all my ammo here, I would have to fight them without using my rifles. Or more like, in the first place, there's no guarantee that I can kill him even if I use all of my remaining ammo. At the moment, Akira was being pushed back by Tayal. He needed to find a way to turn the table around. So he banished that thought from his mind and focused on a way to turn the situation around. An idea quickly popped up in his mind, but that idea only made Akira frown even more. That I guess I have no other choice but to do it, huh? Akira finally made his resolve. Akira turned on the stick contact function to strengthen his foothold, preventing himself from losing balance as he used the full power of his enhanced physical strength to place an enormous force on his leg. This force was enough to even crush the floor beneath him. By Newton's third law, Akira's body accelerated straight ahead. He used the opening he forcefully made and quickly executed a powerful leap, finally managing to close the distance between the two of them. Akira and Tayal's eyes met. Both their pupils reflected their utmost desire to kill the other. Although the killing intent radiating from their eyes would have frozen any normal people, both sides did not falter at all. Even so, they reacted differently to the events that were unfolding, which became the factor that decided the victor and the loser. Tayal's rage was enhanced and he allowed it to dictate his course of action. Tayal reacted with pure emotion as he sent his arms toward Akira like a madman. All those hands tried to ferociously reach for Akira. It was as if they were crazed animals. Because of that, they crashed into each other, which dulled their movement. Up until this point, everything was as Akira had planned. He put all his concentration to increase the sharpness of his movement, increasing his agility to its utmost possible state. That difference allowed Akira to take the first strike. He ducked and waved through the ravenous arms as he got even closer to Tayal, into the reach of melee weapons. He then thrust the SSB rifle on his left hand as hard as he could to the base of Tayal's multiple arms. Tayal's newly grown arms still mostly consisted of raw flesh. It was without the protection of force field armor. Akira forced his rifle deep into that weak point, allowing the tip of his SSB rifle to reach Tayal's innards. The rifle was loaded with the rest of Akira's remaining homing grenades. Akira thought of a way to kill Tayal in his current state. While at the same time, he also had to keep in mind that he needed to conserve some ammo for the upcoming fight as well. Using anti-force field ammos from afar did not seem to have much effect on Tayal. Even if Akira used that special ammunition to release a point-blank barrage, it would not do much. After all, Tayal had force field armor that was as strong as those of a powered suits. Thus, Akira could not pin his hope on such action. As a matter of fact, said action would not be enough to defeat Zalmo in his powered suit. Of course, he could use his blade when he was close, but Akira did not think that slicing Tayal in two would be enough to kill him. Tayal's body had changed so much in such a short span of time since Akira last saw him, and judging from the fact that he had the vitality and regenerative ability to brave a barrage without any fear, it was not strange for Akira to think that Tayal was a monster with immense vitality. Moreover, if Tayal was really that giant monster that Akira killed the other day, he should have been dead after Akira blew his head off. There was also the fact that Tayal could easily reconnect the arms that Akira had cut off from him. So Akira did not think that slicing Tayal would be enough to kill him. However, Akira believed that he might be able to kill Tayal if he sliced him into small enough pieces. Unfortunately, during the course of swinging his blade, Akira was certain that Tayal would shoot back at him. At the end of that, Akira would be the first to die. Against an opponent with such powerful regenerative ability, Akira needed to find a method to thoroughly kill him. At least, rendered him unable to attack back. He had to do it with one strike while also saving as much ammo as possible. If he failed, he would be dead. Akira racked his brain and found an answer. He made his resolve, executed his plan, and won the gamble. Akira pulled down the trigger of his SSB rifle, which he had set to automatic beforehand. The rifle quickly emptied its magazine and unloaded all the homing grenades inside Tayal's body. The grenades then exploded a moment later. Taial's consciousness suddenly returned. Wait. Now that I think about it, why am I fighting right now? The explosions coming from inside his body blew his body into pieces. Ah. That's right. Cheryl. In his last moment, Taial remembered the person that he loved instead of his own name, and with that, his life had come to an end. Akira's body was also thrown off together with pieces from Taial's body. Although most of the force from the explosion was absorbed by Taial's body, it still violently threw Akira's body away as well. His body was smacked to the floor. He then bounced and rolled until he hit the wall. Somehow, Akira managed to stay awake while going through all that. Akira's head was assaulted by pain as he scanned his surroundings. Taial's leftovers were scattered all over the place, so Akira thought that should have been enough to kill Taial for good. If that guy is still alive even after this, then there's really nothing that can kill him. Just stay dead, you bastard. If you're going to rise up again and come at me, at least do it some other time. Akira had already disengaged his time perception compression and his reality-bending mind power. As his senses returned to normal, he felt a strange sensation from his left arm. When he looked at his left arm, it was no longer there. Although he increased his force field armor output to the maximum before he executed that attack, as expected, it was not enough to protect his left arm that was holding the rifle at the time. But the fact that he did not sustain any other major injuries showed just how powerful his force field armor was. The huge dose of medicine that Akira took immediately went to heal his lost arm. The bleeding immediately stopped. The pain immediately subsided and the exposed part was slowly covered in a strange liquid that came from the medicine. These expensive medicines are really worth the money. Though, it's not good enough to fully regrow my lost arm. There exist medicines that could heal lost limbs. Compared to that, it could be said that the medicine that Akira used were still considered cheap. As Akira thought so, he lightly chuckled and thought. One SSB rifle, the rest of my homing grenades, and an arm. That is the price that the current me has to pay to kill that guy, huh? To be honest, I want to believe that it is worth it, but I guess I'm being too spoiled if I think that it would have been way easier if only I had Alpha's support. Alpha's support was gone and that was it. Akira said so to himself as he pushed that subject out of his mind and moved on to his next course of action. Just one SSB rifle left and a few bullets. One of the bullets grazed his cheek as he continued closing the distance between them until Katsuya finally entered the reach of his blade. Most who learn swordsmanship in the Eastern District have the habit of using a vertical slash. After all, some opponents like cyborgs would not die even after a beheading or disembowelment, and this was true too to an extent against opponents with a biological body. People with emergency life support systems planted on their heads could still survive even after a beheading. They then could use a wireless connection to their augmented suits, thus allowing them to continue to fight even if their heads and bodies were no longer physically connected. An ambush during an opening when one just executed a slash could prove to be fatal. On the other hand, a vertical slash was fatal to most of the enemies, cyborgs or not. Even if the opponents were using long-range control devices, a vertical cut had a good chance to destroy their control devices on top of making it difficult for them to launch a counterattack, even if the attack did not destroy their control devices. It was not like the current technique disregarded horizontal strikes, it just placed more emphasis on vertical strikes. This was also true for Akira. Although, the reason for this habit for him was because Alpha could easily fend him off every time he used a horizontal slash. Akira raised his blade, crudely telegraphing the kind of strike that he would use next, and as expected, he then swung the blade down. Katsuya jumped side to side to evade them as the blade released a wave of light in a zigzag style. Katsuya kept trying to shoot Akira even in that state. But Akira was able to skillfully evade the bullets. The stray bullets were flying all over the room with Akira and Katsuya at the center of it. Akira and Katsuya continued exchanging attack and defense, one with the swing of a blade while the other with bullets from a rifle. Although there was a huge gap between their skill, the quality of their equipment, and their level of fatigue both mentally and physically, made the fight continue evenly. Akira intentionally released a light kick as he swung down to where Katsuya moved to evade his kick. Although the kick was not as powerful as the blade, it was still a kick with the enhanced strength of an augmented suit. Receiving that kick would no doubt be dangerous. But even so, Katsuya chose to receive that kick. The kick that was more of a stab instead of a smash, broke through his augmented suit's defenses and the damage propagated into his body. Katsuya gritted his teeth from the pain of the kick. He used the impact from that kick to jump back while shooting at Akira. Akira did not even have the leeway to lower his leg after that kick. Thus, he used the contact stick function of his other leg to lean forward and lunged straight toward Katsuya to chase after him. Countless bullets went past him, some hit his hair and some grazed his ears, but even so, he still pressed forward and eventually closed the distance to Katsuya, who was still in the air from the jump. Once again Akira forced the fight into melee combat. While in the middle of exchanging blows, Akira thought regretfully about his failed attempt. Damn it. He's still okay even after receiving that kick. I guess that's just how good his augmented suit is. Either that or my augmented suit has already lost most of its power. Either way, I don't think I have a chance to win in an unarmed fight. I have to kill him while I still have the chance or this would turn ugly really fast. The blade itself was actively consuming energy in order to maintain its sharpness. Every time Akira swung it, it consumed energy and also placed more burden on it. If Akira misjudged the durability of the blade, he might end up destroying the blade. While on the other hand, he no longer had that much ammo left. Akira had to finish the fight while he still had both resources, otherwise, this would be the end for him. In contrast to that, Katsuya was slowly gaining confidence. The powerful opponent in front of him did not give him the leeway to think about anything else. It helped Katsuya regain his scattered focus, thus increasing the sharpness of his movement. The fight that was evenly matched up until now slightly tilted toward Katsuya's favor, and the leeway originated from that caused Katsuya to notice something. He has stopped throwing that long-range slashes. Moreover, the cut on the floor is also shallower than before. Katsuya had been making big leaps to evade Akira's slashes up until now, since it felt like the blade would still reach him even if he was outside the blade's physical reach. Akira still tried to slash at Katsuya even when he did not have proper footing. Thanks to that, his blade would oversweep and hit the floor repeatedly. But even so, due to its sharpness, the blade would be able to smoothly cut through the floor. One thing that was obvious was that the cut left on the floor should have been deeper if Akira was still releasing the sharp light wave. He should not have the leeway to stop doing that just because I'm evading his attacks. Which would mean that it's because he can't do that any longer. Katsuya jumped backwards to open up some distance between them. Akira lunged forward to close up that distance. The smile on Katsuya's face and the pressured look on Akira's face signaled the one who had the upper hand in their exchange. As Katsuya was able to invest less effort in dodging, he could focus more on the offensive. In order to face that, Akira compressed his time perception even further. The burden caused a sharp stinging pain on his head. He kept himself from fainting while desperately looking for an opening to win the fight. But even with all that effort, it did not make their battle even. Time was on Katsuya's side. Even if they were fighting evenly, Akira's augmented suit would run out of energy first before Katsuya's. Katsuya also knew that from Akira's expression. As Katsuya understood that he would win as long as he could defend himself, he chose not to try any risky move and focus more on his defense. Unfortunately, that decision caused his downfall. Katsuya reacted to Akira's huge swing by jumping backwards. Since he wasted to be sure to get away from the blade, he ended up jumping too high. But that downward swing was actually an attack that Akira did in order to take away Katsuya's mobility. He had no plan to cut Katsuya with that swing at all, it was only bait to make Katsuya jump. Akira quickly changed the trajectory of his blade and returned it back to its sheath dangling on his side as he switched to his SSB rifle. Akira used that opening to switch his weapon, which would have been fatal in a normal situation. Akira and Katsuya aimed their rifles at each other. But the odds were not even. Akira had his legs firmly on the ground while Katsuya was in the air. This would greatly affect their ability to evade bullets. Akira's gaze was clearly shining with his victory while Katsuya's expression was filled with defeat as both sides pulled down their trigger. This caused gunshots to echo through the room. Katsuya was sure that the anti-force field bullets would deal fatal damage to him, but for some reason, he only got hit by a few bullets. Akira completely threw away his chance for victory as he leapt sideways to evade the barrage from Eri and the other girls. Eri and the other girls arrive at a very critical moment as they immediately decide to attack Akira. Akira, who had no plan to end the fight with a mutual death, jumped away the moment he noticed Eri. He then continued running away from that place while shooting back in their general direction to keep them occupied. Eri and the girls then ran to Katsuya, who was just saved from certain death. Katsuya, are you okay? Hey Eri, why are you here? To bring you back. Katsuya had a pained look on his face when Eri replied back almost instantly. I'm sure I've given you my order to retreat. Eri's gaze turned sharp. I have no need to listen to an order from a commander who left his own post. Yamaina should have told you not to go alone too. Katsuya understood that Eri and the other girls came there knowing fully that they might get killed. After all, even after all those fights with Akira, which only resulted in piling up dead count on their side, they still were not able to kill him. Judging from that fact alone, there was no way they could kill Akira with only that many people. I ended up dragging others to a dangerous situation again. Katsuya's mind once again succumbed to self-loathing, but that was when Eri's harsh but gentle words reached him. We die together. If you don't want to get us killed, then you should survive as well. Katsuya was shocked, he then faintly smiled, alright, let's head back then. Katsuya remembered his past self as he pulled himself together. He was working extremely hard as a hunter, taking on dangerous tasks, placing himself in great danger in order to save his friends. Good. Also, one more thing, I have no plans to cover for you if Yamaina gives you a good smacking later. Can you please do something about that? No can do. I think it's time to let Yamaina give you a good punching, but I'll at least help you tend to your wounds after that. I see. Eri smiled lightly while Katsuya smiled bitterly at that light exchange. Now that Katsuya had regained his calm, he once again returned back to his team that he had left once before. Katsuya changed gear and then said with a serious face. Now then, the problem is whether he would let us go back in peace or not. Is it unlikely? That I don't know, I completely rejected his offer after all. If he's really planning to kill all of us just like he said, it would be bad to regroup with Yamaina while that guy is still around. Eri, do you think Yamaina and the rest would retreat ahead without waiting for us? I told her that I'll try to bring you back, so she might be waiting, that I see. If only we're not being jammed, we could have contacted them so that they could leave the moment we group up, but most of the injured hunters who were not fit for battle were left behind in Yumina's group. If Akira appeared, it would be a bloodbath. It can't be helped then, sorry, but can you send someone ahead to Yumina's group? We'll retreat as fast as we can 5 minutes after that. Tell them to get themselves ready to leave the building immediately the moment we group up. Eri sent a glance to one of the girls, who quickly ran to Yumina's group although she seemed to be a bit reluctant to leave. The rest of the team who stayed behind then prepared themselves to face Akira. Please just give us 5 minutes, will you? Katsuya mumbled as if he was praying. Not too far from where they were, Akira was watching their movement through his information-gathering device. For Akira, Katsuya and his team who were just standing there without making any moves looked as though they were waiting for more reinforcements. He could not help but think that Katsuya arrived first, ahead of the rest. Eri and the rest who arrived on the brink of time were only able to reach this place because they went to help Katsuya without thinking about their own safety. Meanwhile, the rest must have stayed behind in fear of Taial, and it was only a matter of time before they too would arrive there. If Akira could kill the head of the team, the rest might disengage. That was his original plan and he had come close to achieving that, only to be foiled. Not to mention, he even ended up using his ammo. There was not enough left to get away from them. Akira could not help but lament the situation that he got himself into. What should I do? Is there anything that I can do to turn the table here? Katsuya himself was too much for Akira to handle alone, it would be too much for him if the reinforcements came too. He was already almost out of ammo. Although he tried to calmly think of a way to win the fight, his rational side kept telling him that he did not have any chance of victory. In order to shake off that pessimistic voice from his mind, Akira shook his head. No, let's change how we look at this. Try to think that I have the upper hand at the moment. Depending on how I look at it, is it possible to interpret this situation as advantageous for me? Akira forced his mind to see his current situation with optimism. It caused him to accept things that were only in the realm of maybes and other convenient assumptions as he thought of his next move. Once he found a way to fix his situation, he also realized that it was a completely reckless move, but he could not think of anything else. I guess I have no other choice. Akira renewed his resolve. Of course, he had the choice to just wait there until Katsuya's team left. But Akira did not even notice that option, and even if he did not trust such an option. Katsuya and his team were watching Akira through their information-gathering devices without leaving the room that Akira had just left. Since they used their respective information-gathering devices to work in tandem while scanning different areas, they were able to watch over a wide range. This was also one of the advantages of using their coordination support system augmented suit. Normally, they would have sent the data to the support system, which would analyze the data for them and increase the accuracy of their data. This would allow them to better support each other. But under the current jamming, it was impossible to do that. Even so, it was still possible to do a limited one through the close-range communication line. Thanks to that, they were able to more or less track Akira's general position. Katsuya was watching the hallway where Akira ran to. Akira was not further away down that hallway. That guy is not moving at all from there. It doesn't seem like he's planning to escape either. But he's not in a position to attack us anytime. Is he waiting to see if we're going to leave first? Or is it that he's afraid we're going to attack him the moment he tries to escape? It's not like I'm going to do that even if he does anyway, we'll just leave too, but... Katsuya smiled bitterly. We don't trust each other, huh? They would have been able to save themselves from the unnecessary fight had they trusted each other. Although both sides knew that very well, they still could not trust the other side. That one point was the only thing that Katsuya and Akira completely agreed on, and that fact really made Katsuya feel weird inside. Akira's signal suddenly showed some movements. Katsuya and the rest of the team immediately tensed up as they aimed their rifles at the hallway. Akira leapt out from his hiding spot. Katsuya was able to follow him with his eyes, but there was something strange. Akira had his SSB rifle in his hand, but he was not holding it by its handle. Akira then threw his SSB rifle at Katsuya as hard as he could. The rifle flew and spun in the air. A moment later, it suddenly started spewing bullets indiscriminately. The SSB rifle could even be used as an autonomous mounted weapon. It could be fixed on the extra arm commonly found on a wasteland's bike and set to shoot automatically. Because of that, the rifle had many extra settings to help with that method of usage. Akira set his SSB rifle to empty its magazine after 10 seconds. He then waited just before that 10 seconds ran out before he jumped out and threw his rifle at Katsuya. The rifle spun and flew almost horizontally as it released a raging bullet storm that did not differentiate between foe or ally. The kickback from the shots threw the barrel off its original trajectory. It was near impossible to predict where it would shoot next. Although the SSB rifle spewed out countless bullets, none of them were properly aimed. Katsuya and his team had the equipment to take some shots, but not multiple consecutive hits. It was doubly true for the team members who did not have equipment as good as Katsuya's. So instead of focusing on Akira, Katsuya inadvertently gave orders to prioritize protecting the rest of the team. While on the other hand, Akira completely ignored the flying bullets. He recklessly pushed through the barrage to close the distance between them. He set the output of his defensive coat to maximum and compressed his time perception to almost stop time. Jei only had his eyes on the small space in between him and Katsuya as he forced his way forward. Although the SSB rifle was only shooting for a few seconds, it felt like an eternity from Akira's point of view. After it emptied its magazine, it just went forward with its momentum before crashing into the wall. Katsuya and his team quickly peeked out to shoot at Akira, but before they could pull the triggers, Akira threw his other SSB rifle. Inside the slow-moving world, Akira had his eyes fixed on Katsuya. "You'll prioritize the safety of your friends now that they're here." The SSB rifle flew toward Katsuya's team. Although it was already broken, Katsuya and his team had no means to know that. "In this situation, you'll have no other choice but tell your men to stay back and put yourself in the front." Akira pulled his blade out of his sheath with the full power of his augmented suit. "And to save your men, you'll focus on shooting down the rifle first instead of me." That assumption came from Akira's experience fighting Ario's team. There was no guarantee that Katsuya would also do the same as well, but even so, Akira decided to put down everything on this bet. If it was purely about talent, Katsuya had the upper hand. If they were equally talented, Akira, who had received training from Alpha and had better equipment, would have demolished Katsuya. Although Katsuya was very talented and had sharpened said talent, he was receiving support without even knowing it. This caused him to have a rather crooked evaluation of himself. But in this situation where the jamming caused him to lose that support, the sharpness of his movements was reduced, his ability to fight was greatly diminished. But even so, the ongoing battle up until now together with his talent quickly made an adjustment to that. Katsuya, who had slowly regained his original strength, quickly shot down the SSB rifle and shifted his aim toward Akira, who had been exuding a killing intent that gave him chills. Katsuya was only able to fight back that sense of terror due to his strong conviction to protect his friends. Right before the deciding moment, Akira and Katsuya exchanged gazes. Then in the next second, blood was scattered all over the floor. The winner and the loser had been decided. A body cleaved clean into two fell on the ground. Katsuya was killed on the spot. Katsuya moved exactly just like what Akira had predicted. He pulled his men back, stepped forward, and shot down the SSB rifle. If he had changed priority even for a bit, if he had chosen to shoot Akira first, or to abandon his men, Akira would have been the one to die there. Akira understood that even if Katsuya was dead, it did not mean the fight was over. His next move would be to use the chaos to get away from that place or to clean up the rest of his enemies. But neither happened. The moment Katsuya was killed, suddenly, Akira felt multiple presences appearing out of nowhere around him. What? There should have been no one else here. Akira reflexively swung his blade. But even with the full power of his swing, it was easily stopped. Akira froze in shock as well as because his opponent held his blade. Long time no see. Tsubaki had Akira's blade in between her middle finger and index finger as she threw a gentle smile at him. A small transport aircraft went over Kuzusuhara ruin. It came from the forward base and was now already deep inside the expedition area. It was flying slightly above the tall buildings in the area. It then opened both the left and the right sides of its chassis. Sarah and Shikarabe stood in front of the left door while Valga and Yamanobe were on the right one. They had large rifles in their hands, aimed below them. Meanwhile, Elena was sending them the location of the enemies that she had detected using her information-gathering device. Sarah used that information to fix her aim. Deafening explosions followed suit. A rain of warheads obliterated the monsters below. Shikarabe and the rest were also doing the same. They made short work of the monsters that were trying to attack the transport aircraft. Shikarabe once again showed his amazement at the rifle that he was lent. Elena. How the heck did you get this thing? It's not some kind of illegal weapon, right? The guns and the aircraft were both from Nelia. The aircraft was the one parked in the forward base, while the guns came from Yanagisawa's team's reserve armory. Since she was given permission, Nelia went and lent them to Elena's team. I'm sure I did give you a short explanation about it before. I don't know anything more than what I've already said. If you don't feel safe using it, you can use your own instead. Shikarabi still had some questions in mind but decided to stop questioning. Judging from Elena's tone, it seemed that Elena had the exact same questions as he did. However, she also decided to just leave it unanswered. Thus, Shikarabi saved those questions for later and focused on the monsters in front of him. Valga smiled wryly and spoke, full of suspicion. Shikarabi. Rather than where these guns come from, I think it's more important to question who the heck is that girl. Valga was looking at Nelia, who was running in the air as if she had some kind of footing under her feet. She danced between the flying monsters, slicing them one by one with blades on both of her hands. The monsters that she sliced obeyed gravity and fell down to the ground. It was a surreal scene. I know that theoretically, you can use force field armor fixed under you to make footing while you're in the air, but I've never seen someone actually do that before. She's not right in the head. Normally you'll never go that far no matter how much you prefer close-range weapons, right? Yamanobe, who was looking at the same thing, also smiled wryly and said. I heard that those who specialize in close-range combat are crazy. Well, as far as I can see, those words must be true. She's a beauty, but I would rather have her at least 3 meters away from me at all times. Well, if it's about her face, cyborgs can have any kind of face they want. Although they have different preferences, most of them have beautiful faces. Right about then, Nelia finished taking care of the monsters around the aircraft, so she returned back to the aircraft and stood beside Yamanobe. She then smiled at him and said. Just to let you know, this is actually my original face. I see. Nelia was only stating a fact. She had no intention to scare Yamanobe. Nonetheless, he could not help but frown, his back drenched with cold sweat. Nelia continued walking through the aircraft, exchanged the energy packs in her blades, and was about to jump out from the other side of the aircraft when Sarah stopped her. By the way, although it might be too late to ask this, and we're grateful that you lent us these powerful weapons as well as this aircraft, why would you go that far to save Akira? Are you that close? It's simply because there's no unused powered suit left. Nelia only said so and jumped out of the aircraft. Sarah could not understand that reply at all. Elena, what does that mean? No idea. Elena had the same confused look as Sarah. If there was still an unused powered suit back in the forward base, Nelia would have opted to use that instead. But due to Inabe's order, all the powered suits were distributed to the powered suit squads that were dispatched with the reinforcement hunters to take control of the ensuing chaos in the expedition area. Not to mention, at the moment, Nelia prioritized Akira more than the powered suit squad where she was originally assigned to. Shikarabi then said. So then, Elena, where is Akira? You still can't find him. We don't know his exact location, right? I hope we're not just flying around randomly hoping to spot him somewhere. We'll be doing this until that girl decides to go back. It's not like we don't have any hints at all. I'm using the powerful radar installed on this aircraft to look for the signal from the information terminal lent to Akira. It can use both long-range and short-range communication frequency. But, if only this jamming could go away. I would be able to quickly detect his whereabouts. Elena knitted her eyebrows. Seeing that, Shikarabi also frowned but for a completely different reason. So basically, we'll keep going on as long as we have the ammo and enough energy for the aircraft, huh? I guess it was a mistake accepting this request. Due to his job from Drankum, Shikarabi could not join the expedition, but he was still posted as a reserve hunter at the base. Although he was then sent to join the reinforcement team under city management, he felt like he would be sent to save Katsuya. He was going to be tasked to save a boy who made rash decisions like it was his bread and butter. Thus, he did not like that post at all. That was when Elena called him. Shikarabi did not think much and quickly accepted the request to save Akira. He wanted to get out there without waiting for the rest of the reinforcement team. He rather chose to go to look for Akira instead of helping take control of the expedition area. That was why he did not expect to be loaned such powerful guns and a transport aircraft. The furthest he could have expected was this mysterious girl that accompanied him. Shikarabe already heard from Elena and Sarah about the invisible flying drones encircling the expedition area. They allowed people in but not out. However, either it was because the flying aircraft was out of their expectation or that they did not allow anyone who once got out to get in again. Those monsters immediately attacked the aircraft when they got close. He had no wish to blame it on Elena or anything, but it still caught him off guard. The battles that would have been difficult without the powerful guns continued on. No matter how much I hate Katsuya, this isn't worth it at all. I guess it has started to cause trouble for me as well, huh? Shikarabe regretted his decision as he continued shooting at the incoming monsters. Chapter 224, Life and Duty. Although he had lost one arm, Akira did swing his blade with all his might. But even so, it amounted to nothing to Tsubaki as she was able to stop it with no effort at all. Akira was confused. After all, Tsubaki just suddenly appeared out of thin air. There was also the fear from how Tsubaki was able to stop his blade so effortlessly, the suspicion as to why she was here, and the fact that he ended up attacking someone connected to Alpha. In contrast to his confusion, Tsubaki was smiling gently at him. "Don't worry, I have no wish to fight you. So please sheath your blade." Akira could not do that since he was still in the middle of a battle. He suddenly remembered about Eri and the rest of the girls and quickly glanced around to check on them. That was when he was surprised. Other than him, everyone was unconscious. Akira's confusion only got deeper as he looked back at Tsubaki. His guesses only served to give more questions than answers. Why did you save me? I didn't do anything. Then why are they unconscious? Probably because their local network connection had been suddenly cut off, which placed them under an immense burden. They relied too much on the head of the node to process data. Losing the head caused a big amount of data to stream to their individual nodes. I bet they couldn't withstand the stream of data and fainted. Her answer only caused Akira to be even more confused as he did not understand what she meant at all. Nonetheless, Tsubaki smiled and continued. It wasn't me, and that's the most important part. Tsubaki let go of his blade. Akira was still not sure what the heck was going on, but he sheathed his blade. If Tsubaki had no wish to fight him, it was a good thing for him as well. After all, he did not have any hope of winning in the first place. He understood at least that much. So then, what do you need from me? Just some small talk, if I may. Akira thought that it might be bad to have a conversation with Tsubaki without Alpha around. But at the same time, he also thought that it would be a bad idea to tell Tsubaki that he had lost connection to Alpha. So he deliberately stiffened his expression and gave a vague reply. Sorry, but I'm busy right now. Can you save it for later? Like, with all these fighting around the area. In that case, I can guarantee your safety while you're having a conversation with me. How about that? I'm basically so close to fainting already. I don't think I can talk for long. Don't worry, you can have this to help you. Tsubaki offered a capsule to Akira. This is some kind of medicine. Akira could not help but frown. Some kind? So it's not exactly medicine. It depends on your definition. For example, let's say that there's a treatment to fully grow a prosthetic arm, with the same effect, the form of a pill, which applies to normal people with biological bodies. Will you still call that medicine? I guarantee that it has no bad side effects. Well, that was only an example though. This one won't let you regrow your lost arm. My apologies. Akira hesitated, but he decided to take that capsule and swallow it. Medicines were indispensable, especially when he was already in such a bad state. So he could not refuse it just because it was a suspicious capsule. The moment Akira swallowed the capsule, he could feel it immediately take effect. The stinging pain in his head quickly retreated together with the pain all over his body. It also greatly helped him recover from his fatigue. The medicine was extremely effective as always, although he found that weird. He decided to put that question for later, thinking that it might be normal for old world medicines. This place is rather dirty for a friendly chat, shall we change location? Tsubaki just ignored the atrocities on the floor and started walking casually. Akira glanced at the unconscious girls and thought that it might be a good idea to finish them while he still had the chance. But since it did not seem Tsubaki would wait for him to do that, he decided to just leave and followed Tsubaki with a conflicted face. After Akira and Tsubaki left the place, someone else appeared in the room. That person went to what was left of Katsuya. As he stepped closer and closer, he left footprints on top of the pool of blood. The image on top of those footprints distorted and showed a cyborg in a black coat. That cyborg had just disengaged its optical camouflage. The cyborg was a guy with a head completely made of metal. He peered at the dead Katsuya and lightly sighed. I guess even the emergency life support system will not save him. It might be too late, but I guess I'll still clean this up. In the worst case scenario, it can at least be a good material to use. The guy took out his blade and cut Katsuya, who was already cut into two, horizontally into 4 different pieces. Tsubaki took Akira to the roof of the building. There, she looked at what was going on around the building and said with a rather pained voice. It's such an awful view, don't you think? In the absence of the caretaker AI, or an AI that has decided to abandon their area, most of such areas end up like this. It is really lamentable. Do you still remember the area under my care? It's like heaven compared to this place, isn't it? That's because I'm faithfully fulfilling my duties. Ah, right, I see. Akira was a hunter. Basically, he was on the side of those who helped to cause the awful state of the ruin. He ended up interpreting Tsubaki's words as a roundabout way to sarcastically reproach him. The awkwardness caused him to only be able to give an equally awkward reply. So then, what do you want to talk about? Akira tried to get into the main subject in order to run away from the awkwardness. Tsubaki just smiled and stared at Akira, who stiffened his expression and stared back at her while fighting back the urge to look away. To be perfectly honest with you, I didn't expect you to be the one to survive. Ah, please don't take this wrongly. I do evaluate you highly. Although, I can't deny if you say that I don't care whichever one survived. But please keep in mind that I didn't do anything to make the result agree with my original prediction. Is that so? Yes. Although when Akira looked back at this exchange later, there would most likely be a lot of questions spawning from that statement. But he did not have the leeway to think about it at the moment. And since he did not ask anything, Tsubaki also did not explain anything further. So then, let's get into the main subject. I've come to you with an offer. An offer? Yes. As I mentioned before, working as a caretaker AI is not easy. So I want you to help me do exactly that. Of course, I'm planning to give any kind of payment that you want as long as it's under my capability. Even the trash from my area should fetch a good sum of money outside. If you want it, I can also give you other things as well. I can also pay you with something else, for example, a right to live inside my area. If it's possible, I want to get down into the details right now. Would that be okay with you? Wait just for a sec there. Yes. Please calm down and ask me any questions you have. If it's something that I can answer, I'll gladly answer them for you. I promise I won't lie. So calm down, and think carefully of what you can get from this deal. Akira looked so confused. He was overwhelmed by all the questions that suddenly popped out of his mind. And since Tsubaki just stood calmly and gracefully next to him, it made his expression stick out even more. Akira managed to gather his focus and reminded himself to calm down. He repeatedly took deep breaths. Every time his mind wandered to pursue one of the questions that popped up in his mind, he shook his head to get his mind back on track. He did so while still controlling his breathing. Thanks to that, he was able to force himself to calm down. Akira heaved a final big sigh. With this, he had fully returned back to his usual self. After using his calm mind to think of his options, Akira then gave his answer. I'm sorry, but I have to refuse. Tsubaki raised her eyebrows. May I ask why? Well, as I said before, I'm in the middle of a request from Alpha, so I would have to get your offer through Alpha first. And actually, at the moment, I can't connect to Alpha at all. So it's rather problematic for me if you bring me that offer right now, you see. I already know that you can't connect to Alpha. That's exactly why I approached you with my offer right now, so that she won't get in the way. Like I said, I hope that you would get that offer passed through Alpha first though. I did say that I will answer any of your questions as long as I can answer them, and I did promise not to lie. This includes questions about her as well, you know. After all, this is important to guarantee a smooth negotiation. At the moment, you can ask me anything without her getting in your way of knowing what you ask from me. Isn't this a good chance for you as well? Don't worry. You might be worried that she would know of this conversation, but I can guarantee you that won't happen. Tsubaki said so and smiled gently at Akira. But in contrast to that, he noticed something suspicious. In that case, let me ask you why you can say that with 100% certainty. It's because she will never be able to get through the current jamming. The jamming might fade away in the middle of our conversation though. That won't happen. Why? Because I'm the source of that jamming. Akira's gaze turned sharp, while Tsubaki still maintained her gentle smile, that I'm sure you're doing it for a reason, but can you turn it off already? I'm afraid I have to refuse. Akira's expression turned sterner. But that was all there was to it, there was nothing more he could do than that. It has been quite a long time since you are not under her watch, right? So I recommend you take this chance the best you can. Yeah, sure, and this is the price I have to pay for that. My APC is gone, my bike is also gone, both my rifles are broken, and I only have one arm left now. I had more than enough of this. No need to worry, I guarantee your safety at the moment. Akira sighed and rubbed his hair with his remaining hand. He went silent to think of a way to fix his situation, but nothing came up in his mind. Let me at least ask you this. It's not like you'll kill me if I refuse your offer, right? Of course, I won't do that. I'll just leave you here. Although, it's not like I will do anything more than that, even if you consider that the same as me abandoning you here to die. But if you accept the offer, I'll at least escort you back to Kagamaima City. I'm really sorry, but I'm under strict policy as well, so I can't just leave the area under my care without a good reason. I hope you can understand. I see. Akira once again was at loss on what to do next. He was hoping to rely on Alpha's support to get back to the city, but in order to do that, he would have to make Tsubaki turn off the jamming. Even if he wanted to postpone the negotiation indefinitely, he did not have anything to offer in exchange. It would have been easy if he just accepted that offer, but that would defeat the purpose of contacting Alpha in the first place. Seeing Akira could not make up his mind, Tsubaki smiled gently at him and suggested. If you're afraid that my request would disrupt your request with her, you can ask me to make sure that won't happen as one of your rewards, and I'll comply the best I can. Akira did not expect it at all. Seeing that, Tsubaki thought that she finally got a reaction from him and deeply smiled. But after a short pause, Akira then said with a serious face. I'll say this again, but I can't accept your offer. I have no wish to abandon Alpha's request. With that being said, if it's a request that has gone through Alpha, I might consider accepting it. I'm sorry, but I have no wish to change my mind about that part. Tsubaki raised her eyebrows in surprise. Forgive me for saying this, but you don't know anything about her. For you, she's nothing but an existence who calls itself Alpha. If you're afraid of her for having such power with an unknown origin, you may ask things about her from me, I will answer as much as I can. Humans are naturally scared of the unknown, and the remedy of that is knowledge. So, is there anything you want to know, about Alpha, huh? To be honest, I do want to know, but I have no confidence to act as if I don't know even when I know, so I thank you for your offer, but I have to refuse. Tsubaki tilted her head. I can't understand you. I don't see any reason why you would prioritize her request to the point that you would completely refuse my offer. It's some kind of pride for me. I have no wish for you to understand it either, so no need to think too deeply about it. If you're okay with it, may I ask for further explanation? I have a huge debt to Alpha. That's why I want to prioritize her request in order to repay that debt. That's all. Well, although, to be honest, I don't think it's at the top of my priority list though, and Alpha tends to complain about that as well. But, you know, that part is not as simple. Akira smiled bitterly and deliberately gave a vague answer in the end. Tsubaki did not return that gesture of politeness with gentle politeness. Instead, she then asked with a serious face. Debt, huh? Is it really something that important to you? She did all of that for her own benefit and goal. That debt is nothing more than a byproduct of using you. To be honest, aren't there times when you had to go through more trouble for her? Well, of course, there are. Those weapon dogs that I encountered after I met her, I bet that dog was there because Alpha was the one who guided that monster to me. After all, it seems that some of the monsters can see her. I bet she did that to confirm whether or not I would really follow her instructions. And it's the same in Saranthal as well. It was not easy when Alpha suddenly left, but I bet she did that to confirm whether I can face the predicament myself as well as to teach me how difficult it would be without her support. I'm sure she was only gone for a few seconds and then she hid from me afterwards for the next few minutes. After all, she returned right after I got over the situation. It's completely different compared to now. So why? Even if what she did sort of makes us even, I still feel like my debt to her is bigger. As I said, I have a huge debt to her that I need to repay. Tsubaki did not seem to be fully satisfied by that answer. Akira, who noticed that, smiled bitterly and continued. Before I met Alpha, I was only a mere slum kid. Then, I went to the ruins hoping that I would be able to change my life working as a hunter. Naturally, I would only need to encounter a monster to be killed. That was how much I was worth back then. But after I met Alpha and received her support, thanks to that, I've grown strong enough to even catch your eyes. I've become strong, she gave me power, that's just how big my debt is to her. Maybe it's even bigger than that, you know? Even you only gave me an offer because I've become this strong, right? I'm sure you won't even bother to try contacting me if it was the past me. I won't deny that, but that strength is mostly the result of your effort to survive through the hardship and obstacles that you have faced. Of course, she helped as well, but that is because it is beneficial to her. I don't believe there's any need to feel that indebted to her. You might be right. But that's just how meaningful her support is to me. It's something that I experienced for myself, so I have no wish for others to understand that. Even if it's something that concerns your life. If that's what you're worried about, I already had my life on the line from the start. If I had not met Alpha back then, I would have been dead by now. Not only have I received so much support from her as upfront payment for her request, but the current me is also still far away from being able to accomplish her request. I'm not working as much as I should for the payment that I've received. It's a completely different matter if Alpha says that I don't have to repay her. But as long as she doesn't say that, I have no wish to just abandon that debt. That's all there is to it. Akira said so as if to reconfirm his own line of thinking as he smiled lightly. Tsubaki was caught by surprise. But it seemed that she could understand his argument. Her face softened as she commented. You're a very dutiful person. For a slum kid with no money or power, loyalty and life are the only things that I can offer. Just because you have nothing else to offer, not that many people can do the same, you know. Although, you can always find people who would throw those two things away meaninglessly. Tsubaki suddenly seemed delighted and it was obvious from her smile. But Akira found that sudden change of attitude rather strange. Very well. I will not prolong the negotiation any longer. After all, I have no wish to sour your mood. It is indeed very regrettable, but I shall back off. Right at the next moment, Alpha suddenly appeared next to Akira. Tsubaki had disengaged the jamming. Akira. Are you okay? Alpha? Akira was surprised by her sudden appearance, but his gaze shifted to Tsubaki instead of Alpha, and Tsubaki returned his gaze with an amicable smile. But that was not the case for Alpha. She immediately glared toward Tsubaki. Tsubaki did not show any particular reaction to that except for her usual gentle smile. As Alpha and Tsubaki were locking gaze, Akira was the only one getting flustered. Well then. I shall take my leave now. Akira-san, please do tell me when you change your mind. I'll be waiting for you. Tsubaki gracefully made a 180-degree turn and was about to leave, but she suddenly stopped and turned around to throw a rather capricious smile at Akira. Ah, that's right, I believe I did say this to you before as well. Since you didn't accept my offer, I'm under no obligation to help you. So I won't help you regarding the things that I did not say, such that she won't get in the way of our future negotiation. Akira tilted his head since he could not understand what Tsubaki was talking about. Tsubaki was still smiling at Akira as she reactivated her camouflage and vanished. Right after that, the scenes around Akira suddenly shattered. The scene that he saw turned out to be nothing more than images. Soon, a powered suit was revealed behind the shattered images. It was Zalmo. Akira and Zalmo were both equally surprised. Zalmo's surprise could be heard from the powered suit's speaker. Akira. What a coincidence. The powerful radar of his powered suit did not detect any signals. That was also the case for Akira as well. He was not able to detect Zalmo at all. It was thanks to the powerful camouflage that Tsubaki used to encapsulate him. Akira compressed his time perception by pure reaction. During that time, he exchanged words with Alpha through telepathy. Alpha. Can you do something about that thing for now? Alpha, who was next to Akira, smiled and casually said. Of course, no problem. But, both your body and equipment are in a pretty bad shape, so you might have to do something a bit reckless. Just a bit, okay? I've done more than enough crazy things for today. Akira smiled bitterly and allowed Alpha to take over his augmented suit, allowing him to completely regain his superhuman physical ability. Moreover, he dumped all the remaining energy he had to increase the power output of his augmented suit way past the safety limit. It was bordering close to getting himself killed. Then, Akira leapt forward like a master to close the distance. The powered suit immediately tried to open some distance between them while trying to shoot Akira down. But Akira was too fast. Zalmo could already see him ready with a blade in hand from the powered suit's camera. Akira swung the blade down when Zalmo was still out of the blade's range. Right at the next moment, the blade could no longer maintain its form and started to crumble. It turned into dust and was carried away by the wind. Due to Alpha's support, Akira was able to execute a masterful swing with that blade. The light extended out from the blade reached the powered suit, splitting it into two. The blade cut so smoothly across the powered suit as if either the blade or the powered suit, or maybe both, were just illusions. The limiter of the blade was already rewritten by Alpha. With its safety feature off, the blade had to be handled with utmost precision in exchange for its overcharged power. Even a small misstep would release a sharp wave of light that would have killed its user. With such a dangerous weapon in hand, Akira executed a quick powerful slice. Alpha was able to accomplish such an act with such a volatile blade and such heavily damaged augmented suit. Zalmo's powered suit was split in half as each piece fell down. Due to its weight, the ground shook and Akira was barely able to maintain his balance. I had so much trouble fighting that thing. But with Alpha's support, it ended in a blink of an eye, huh? And here I thought I'd gotten pretty strong. I guess I still have a long way to go. Akira returned the bladeless handle back to its sheath. He then looked at Alpha with a frown. Alpha, with this, I have no weapons left. Are we going to be okay? Yes, probably. Probably. Akira could not help but make a conflicted expression in reaction to that vague answer. Alpha pursed her lips and commented. I was able to get back my connection with you just now, so I still don't fully understand the current situation. That's why I can't say for sure. If you have any complaints, you can send that to Tsubaki. She's the one responsible for the jamming. Yeah, I heard that too. Alpha raised her eyebrows. You knew? She told me. I see. Just like Akira, who answered indifferently, Alpha also gave an apathetic reply. But deep inside, she felt a strong suspicion. As usual, although Alpha was smiling from the outside, she was digesting and calculating information while smiling. Due to the jamming, Akira lost his connection to her, and he must have gone through a lot of crazy things when that happened. Moreover, he had lost an arm. There would have been no surprise if he looked at Tsubaki with hostility. But Akira did not seem to have any grudge against her. If the loss of his arm was because of something that happened while they lost contact, there was a need for Alpha to know what had transpired. Akira, it would be great if you can tell me what happened while we weren't connected. Akira heaved a huge sigh with an exasperated look on his face. Really a lot of things happened. I'm super tired right now, so I'll tell you later. Alright, later then, okay. Suddenly there was a loud banging sound as if a metallic object just fell over. It was from Zalmo, who crawled out from the powered suit. His body was also cut along with his powered suit. He had lost half of his body, so it was difficult for him to stand up only with one arm and leg. He was only able to drag his body across the floor, but of course, Akira noticed it. Zalmo had a grim look on his face. But there was not a shred of fear on his face. He was looking at Akira with amazement instead of animosity. It was as if he was looking at an unknown object. He then finally worded out the question inside him. Just what the heck are you? I can ask you exactly the same thing. I'm pretty sure I crushed your head, so how are you still alive? I'm one with the great cause. I will only die when the great cause dies. As long as the great cause is alive, then I will never die. The heck are you talking about? Akira rubbed his head. He did not have a single idea as to what Zalmo was saying. But he immediately threw that out of his mind and declared. Well, in that case, you can go ahead and die 1,000 times. Akira then carried that to his mouth and swallowed all of them in one go. Elena and Sarah saw that with a pained expression on their faces. With this, Elena and Sarah thought that there was no danger to Akira's life. So they then brought him back to the aircraft and let him lie down. Akira was finally able to relax now that he was able to safely meet up with Elena and Sarah again. Because of that, all the fatigue that he held back, all the adrenaline he had, flooded his body in one go, causing his consciousness to drift away. Elena noticed that and smiled gently at Akira. We'll take you back safely, so you can rest easy. I'm sorry. And thank you. Akira could only say so much before he blacked out. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.